Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Bakugou had huge crush on Deku. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Aizawa noticed it first at the very beginning of their third year. Aizawa thought it was pretty weird at the time. He was sitting in the men's locker room, enjoying the burning afterglow of one of their first real sparring sessions of the year. Denki was changing in a corner, and Aizawa was not watching him. Katsuki was a much safer direction to look in, because he was a bro and Kirishima hadn't been crushing on him for years, which made him a lot safer to face in the changing room. Speaking of, Katsuki had unceremoniously torn his shirt off and was poking at something in his locker. So far, so good. All normal in the men's locker room. Then he heard Midoriya's bright voice coming down the hallway. Katsuki's head whipped around. Then he shoved his shirt back on and looked nonchalantly somewhere off in the distance as if he'd never taken it off in the first place. Aizawa opened his mouth to say something about how weird that was, but then Midoriya walked in, followed by Ida and Todoroki. "Hi guys, great training today." Midoriya chirped. "Eiji, you were so tough." "Ah, thanks bro," Aizawa grinned. Compliments from Midoriya meant a lot, but he didn't hold the guy's attention for long. Instead, his green gaze fell on Bakugou, who was still artfully looking somewhere Midoriya wasn't. Kaken, your new move was really interesting," he ventured. Katsuki finally looked at him, a smirk playing over his lips. That new move would be Katsuki hurling himself into the air and propelling himself downwards, feet first, to deliver a double-footed stomp to Midoriya's face in lieu of explosions. Aizawa had been aghast when he saw it, thinking that Midoriya's face was about to be shattered. "Yeah," Katsuki grunted, turning to him slightly. And then he took off his shirt. Slowly, hands pulling up the hem first, revealing defined abs and the toned planes of his core muscles. And a very nice V-cut. Aizawa had to give him mad props, even if he's personally into slightly more feminine guys himself. Denki specifically, let's not pretend otherwise. Still, it didn't change the fact that Katsuki was essentially giving the room a striptease. When he spoke, his voice sounded like smoke and section. "Figured I could try using my feet. You're always switching things up." Finally, Katsuki pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it in his locker. He stood there, gloriously shirtless. Aizawa finally took a breath, not realizing he'd been holding it. Midoriya watched him with stars in his eyes. "Oh my god. Does that mean you were watching my shoot style? Did you actually reference my moves?" "Kaken, that's so flattering and I mean my face does kind of hurt but dash, Christ, Deku, quit it with the goddamn muttering," Bakugou snapped, and Midoriya just gave an awkward chuckle, his happy glow vanishing. Aizawa's mouth hung open. Aizawa wondered if Midoriya was actually blind, and for the first time he realized Bakugou's typical off-put expression maybe wasn't because he was annoyed by Midoriya. Maybe it was because Midoriya wasn't giving him the kind of attention he wanted. After their showers, he followed Katsuki out of the room like a puppy, waiting until they were nearly back to the dorms to pop the question. "Baku bro, why were you stripping for Izuku?" "Ha!" Katsuki turned on him, fist sparking. Then he gritted his teeth, and the sparks vanished. Aizawa waited because he knew Katsuki pretty well by now. The guy just takes a bit to get words out past all his emotional constipation. Aizawa wondered what the emotional equivalent of Pepto-Bismol was. Finally, after an agonizingly long time, Katsuki said, "Do you think he noticed?" Aizawa attempted to process it. Somehow, he didn't want to say that he didn't think Midoriya had noticed. Somehow. Because the guy was blind, probably. Deflect, deflect, deflect. You want him to notice, you dog? The realization hit Aizawa like a brick to the face. "Oh my god. You're trying to stuck our Midoriya." "Failing to stuck would be more accurate," Katsuki snarled. Oh, poor Katsuki. Aizawa's heart ached for his friend, he obviously had it bad. "Bro, maybe you should just ask him out?" "No." Katsuki paused and reconsidered his phrasing. "If no, he's not gonna get it if you just strategically undress around him," Aizawa pointed out, slinging an arm over Katsuki's broad shoulders. "Even you aren't that hot." That was debatable, but Aizawa figured Katsuki's ego was big enough. Speaking of which, I bet he will if I get naked enough, Katsuki grumbled. Bro, just know. You gotta man up and tell him how you feel. Nothing is more manly than expressing your emotions. Dude, I love you but you're pissing me the F off, Katsuki groaned. Aizawa grinned. He'd been wearing Katsuki down for the last 3 years, and the effort was finally paying off. The guy actually acted like they were friends most of the time. Best friends, as he'd admitted on one very drunk night. And sometimes he'd tell Aizawa that he loved him, and literally nothing was better in the world than having loving friends. Aizawa was basically the poster boy for aggressively positive masculinity, and he was gonna DMN well use it to help his bro out. So what's the problem? It's not like you ever stop yourself from speaking your mind. To express yourself, bro. Katsuki shot him a sarcastic look and shoved the door open. It's Deku. I was in butt to him. I can't just ask the little F-er out. He's gotta come to me. Another pause, as if he was meditating on how improbable that was. For good measure, he added another, if. Aizawa stood in the doorway for a moment, dumbfounded. Katsuki was slouching away. Aizawa felt a glow of something. Was it pride? Katsuki wasn't just messing around. In his own dumbass misguided way, he wanted to be respectful of Izuku's space and feelings. Aizawa grinned and chased after him. Okay dude, I gotcha. Well, I'll support you any way I can. Katsuki actually gave him a real smile. I'll buy dinner tonight. And that was Katsuki speak for thank you very much. I value your support and you mean a lot to me, and I'm so glad we've become best friends and I hope we platonically grow old together and your hair is really cool. Okay, so maybe Aizawa read into it a little bit, but the sentiment was still there. Ochako was honestly impressed it had taken Izuku this long to ask her about it. It being Bakugou's sudden need to wear as few clothes as possible. Ochako herself hadn't taken long to notice. She personally didn't spend time checking out the guys in her class. Hello, Mina existed, but plenty of the other girls did and they'd been having a field day with Bakugou's new shirt allergy. Hitting on him had always been a dangerous activity, and the girls of 3A knew better than to bother with it at this point. Bakugou cared about fighting, winning, and who'd left their dirty dishes in the communal kitchen sink. Not much else. Their class already had a bad reputation as it was anyway. Bakugou, in particular, had a reputation and was mostly left alone. Until now, that is. Because when he'd made it his personal mission to become the new male Miss Midnight, he'd also managed to attract enough people that Class 3 it was once again a hotbed for love confessions. It used to be mainly Todoroki who caused the problems, but apparently the allure of Bakugou's shirtless body was offsetting the whole dumpster personality thing. Now it had become frequent enough that Ochako had quit caring. Because honestly, people were insane enough to confess to Bakugou, they deserved the inevitable fallout and Ochako was fresh out of sympathy. The closest Ochako got to caring about Bakugou's 6-pack, 8-pack. This was a point of speculation in certain groups, was how often her mornings were interrupted by someone crying outside of the classroom, shortly before Bakugou skulked in. She didn't care about any of that, but she damn well cared about Izuku. Izuku, who was wrapped up in her comforter and looking precariously close to tears. And that put her in the unenviable position of having to put thought into something as stupid as Bakugou's torso. It's just, he has so many abs, Izuku whined, tossing and turning in her bed. She'd literally made it 30 minutes ago, and now it looked like a bird's nest. And that made Izuku her baby bird, and she would take care of him. Mama bird Ochako just needed to feed baby bird Izuku some cold, strong facts. So do you, Ochako sighed. Bakugou had the standard number of abs that any wannabe hero gym rat had. He's nothing special. Nothing special. Izuku protested, turning back over to fix her with a green-eyed stare. It's killing me. Do you have any idea how strong it is to not notice? I'm dying, Ochako. I'm going to die. Izuku, that's literally so dramatic. No, you don't understand. Kaken's going to catch me checking him out and then he's going to murder me. He's going to stab his fingers in my eyes and explode my perverted brain, and I'm going to deserve it because I can't. Stop looking at his pecs. Why are they so big? Does he know what his costume does to them? And now Izuku actually was tearing up. Ochako scooted in a little closer and tried to be patient. Look, he probably doesn't care. He's shirtless all the time. I'm sure he knows tons of people are staring. But it's different with me, Izuku sniffed, gathering up the comforter and hugging it. I think we're finally getting closer to being friends. I've wanted that for so long, and now I'm going to ruin everything because I can't keep it in my pants. I'm the worst and I hate myself. Izuku, come on, Ochako pulled him into a hug. If he doesn't want to be friends over something like this, then he's not worth it, okay? He's always worth it? That's a strong disagree from me, but I understand, Ochako snickered. Look, it can't be that bad, right? Isn't it just when he trains? You could try avoiding him in the changing rooms. Ochako, you don't get it. I look forward to class because he has to keep his uniform on. If I see him in a shirt, that's only because he's taking it off and that's worse. Every time? Izuku wailed. Since the start of the year. Does he never wear clothes anymore? Kirishima is largely shirtless in his hero outfit, and he's more built than Bakugou. Ochako wasn't sure what point she was trying to make, except that maybe Bakugou was just catching up with the other scantily clad male heroes, of which there were plenty. Hell, even All Might apparently just wore spandex that left mercilessly little to the imagination. She could only be thankful that Bakugou's hero costume had baggy pants because if she had to hear Izuku cry about his butt crack, she was going to float herself right into the stratosphere and perish. Yesterday he was in the gym wearing only compression shorts, Izuku said, as if that had personally offended him. Speaking of butt cracks, Ochako sighed as Izuku went on in distress. In middle school, he said tight pants were for gay people. Now he's in butt shorts for the whole world to see. I've seen so much of his butt. Then I guess he's gay, Ochako said, gently sarcastic. It's been known to happen. Was it too late to float herself out of this conversation and off of this planet? Izuku nearly fell off the bed, scrabbling in her comforter to avoid hitting the ground. She grabbed his arm and pulled him back up next to her with a sigh. Izuku was staring at her in a seriously disturbing way, his eyes huge and pupils tiny. You think so? Was that hope in his eyes? She hoped not. Bakugou was bad news, and she didn't need Izuku back in pining mode. God. Izuku, I don't know. I'm just saying that's probably not the only blatantly stupid and offensive thing he said in middle school, and it's pointless to read into it. That was a long time ago. Maybe he's just an XH beating his tea now, or something gross like that. True, Izuku said, calculations flashing behind his eyes. I should know this about him. I've known him for so long after all. It's weird that I don't, right? Aizu, he's the least emotionally available but I've seen in my entire life. It's extremely normal that you don't know this about him. Fine, he pouted, his face scrunching up. It was cute enough that her exasperation melted away. Look, if it bothers you that much, just tell him to wear a DMN shirt. She climbed onto the bed and patted his head reassuringly. Izuku nuzzled into her hand like a baby bunny. There's no way that'll work, Izuku sighed, eyes closed beneath her fingers. His next words were murmured and hesitant. But it can't hurt to try. Could hurt to try. Ochako was blessed, cursed, to witness it too. They were having an optional training session in one of the gyms, and Bakugou and Izuku were sparring up a storm. She'd long since stopped worrying for them, even though it did look particularly vicious today. After one round, Bakugou claimed he was feeling too hot, and peeled off his tank top in a frankly sinful way. The whole ordeal had to have lasted at least a full 30 seconds. Ochako's eyes bugged out. Had he been doing that the whole time? She typically didn't keep an eye on Bakugou, just hearing him screaming his head off was more than enough, thanks. But if he was strip-teasing for Izuku every other minute, no wonder her friend was freaking out. She had honestly thought it was just Bakugou changing up his personal habits, and Izuku being a little too obsessive about it as per usual. However, this time, no, Izuku wasn't reading too much into it. He was reading way too little into it. Still, Izuku managed to only blush a little bit before slapping a frown over his face. Ochako was absurdly proud of him. Kaken, you should keep your shirt on. Go Izuku. Ochako nearly lost her tea when Bakugou leaned in, tilting his head as he stared Izuku down. But getting distracted by the view. He wasn't even bothering to be quiet. The few others who'd showed up to spar looked equally floored. Then Bakugou stepped back and flexed, muscles rippling. He had bulked up a lot, holy as Ochako coughed, choking violently in her surprise. Izuku had been wrong. Bakugou wasn't just coincidentally shirtless. No, he was blatantly, obviously flirting with Izuku specifically, and her friend was too dense to see it. She wanted to scream. "I'm not distracted," Izuku snorted, heroically managing to look dismissive. "I just don't want you sweating all over the place." Bakugou looked angrier than normal, and threw his tank top across the entire gym as if proving a point. Ochako's fingers hurt from where she was biting them to keep from screaming. Bakugou wanted Izuku for something, though she couldn't say what. It was strong to imagine Bakugou in a relationship, but just trying to hook up with a classmate didn't seem like his style either. Ochako sighed into her hands. She could tell Izuku about it, but it was deeply debatable if Bakugou would be good for her friend, and she really didn't want to encourage something that could end with Izuku getting hurt. And honestly, it really wasn't her fault if Izuku couldn't see it for himself. It was right there in front of him, all gleaming, sweaty muscles and hungry grins. So Ochako kept her mouth shut, even if she wanted to bash her head in if she had to see Bakugou striptease one more time. Which was too bad, because that was not even close to the end of the stripteasing. Ochako subscribed to the eye bleach subreddit and hoped for the best. Tsuyu wasn't supposed to be there at all, actually. There was a really nice lake next to the track, and she was just going for a swim, even if it technically wasn't meant for students. Anyway, she was paddling around and maybe eating a couple of water striders, but who could blame her? They were practically swimming into her mouth. It was an appealing sunny day, and she could feel the warmth of sunlight dappling the cool water. Fall was coming quickly, and she wanted to enjoy the sunshine while she could. It was peaceful, a much-needed break from their strenuous studies. And then the water shivered. Then it shivered again, this time accompanied by a noise. And a third time, but the noise was clearly an explosion. Irritated and curious, Tsuyu popped her head out of the water. Izuku and Bakugou were sparring on the field, viciously trading blows. Actually, now that she'd watched for a moment, it seemed more friendly than aggressive. Tsuyu tilted her head, considering the two figures. Yes, they were actually pausing every now and then, apparently talking through moves before trying them again. Bakugou landed a particularly impressive throw, using the momentum of a one-handed explosion to flip them over so he landed on Izuku's stomach. "I yield," Izuku shouted, his voice carrying across the quiet afternoon. "That was so good. I think the more actual combat moves we can integrate with our quirk usage, the better fighters we can be. And we'll still be kick-ass if we run up against AFR like Aizawa," Bakugou agreed, relaxing his hold and sitting back on Izuku's hips. They looked comfortable, companionable. It warmed Tsuyu's heart. Izuku had opened up to her over the years about his past difficulties with Bakugou, and she knew how important their recovering friendship was to Izuku. "Oof, let me up," Izuku grinned. "I'm gonna get a sunburn on my face. I'll have even more shitty freckles." Tsuyu could remember countless times that Bakugou had called Izuku by that very nickname, shitty freckles, and recognized the dig as a sign of Izuku getting comfortable with him. She had her reservations about their budding friendship, but she couldn't deny how happy it made her friend. Bakugou's reply was quiet enough that Tsuyu almost missed it. "They're not shitty," he murmured, one hand reaching out to touch Izuku's cheek. His fingers lingered there, frozen in time as though everything around them had ceased to exist. After a moment, Izuku's hand rose to cover Bakugou's, but he jerked away at the touch and scrambled off of Izuku's lap. However, instead of shouting as Tsuyu would expect, he just offered a hand to help Izuku up. Tsuyu sank back below the surface, feeling like she'd intruded on something private. "Ag." Midoriya's quiet voice seemed loud in the empty common room. Kirishima grinned up at him. "Hi dude." Katsuki was right, Midoriya was cute. He was obviously both sleepy and nervous about something, and was wearing an oversized sweater with a chibi All Might on it. Midoriya yawned massively, covering his mouth with one sweater sleeve. Adorable. Well, Aidra couldn't blame him for the yawning, it was really late. Aidra himself was up because he was waiting for Denki to come back from a very long shopping trip for groceries. He was starting to worry that his new boyfriend had gotten lost. Directions weren't Denki's strong point. Midoriya said, fidgeting with the hem of his sweater. Can I ask you something? A chance to bond with his friend. To share potentially emotionally vulnerable things. Aijuru was ecstatic. He scooted down the couch and patted the space next to him. Of course. Anything. What's on your mind? Midoriya gave a small laugh of relief and sat next to him. Sorry, it's kind of a personal question. I'm an open book, Midoriya. Izuku said, shyly. I already call you Aijuru, so, I didn't want to assume. Thanks bro. So what's eatin' ya? It's about Kaken, actually, Izuku flushed. Aijuru's jaw dropped. This was his chance to wingman for his friend. What is it? He was buzzing with excited energy. Midoriya no. Izuku looked down at the couch, clearly hesitant. I was just wondering. I mean, I just felt weird not knowing because I've known him so long and I guess I'm just wondering if he, likes guys. Is he gay? Izuku burst out, then slapped his hands over his mouth. Aijuru knew the answer, which was a big, fat, strong yes, but he'd never actually asked Katsuki if he was okay with other people knowing. The guy could be forbiddingly private about his personal life. Oh, Izuku, Aijuru fumbled. I'm not sure if I should go around talking about his business. Izuku's expression dropped, and suddenly Aijuru felt terrible. He put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile. You should just ask him. I'm sure he won't mind. Katsuki would be goddamn ecstatic. He'd murder me, Izuku grumbled. Nah, he's chill, Aijuru said, which was a huge lie. Katsuki wasn't chill, but he definitely wasn't going to murder Izuku over something like this. Embrace him, maybe if Aijuru was lucky. He was a patient dude, but if he had to hear the phrase F big but green F eyes one more time he was gonna take a power drill to his eardrums. Dude! Denki shouted. Aijuru's head snapped up, and Denki appeared behind the couch. He leaned down and licked a long stripe up Aijuru's face, utterly shameless. How had Aijuru ever hesitated to ask him out? Best decision ever. Bro, gross, Aijuru grinned, completely smitten. Denki just stuck out his tongue. I got 3 flavors of Pringles, he announced. Wanna come try them all at the same time? I'll try your Pringles any night, baby, Aijuru told him, and followed him upstairs. They did indeed try all the Pringles. It wasn't until he ran into Katsuki the next morning that he realized he'd ditched Izuku on the couch. Damn it. He'd have to apologize later, that was super unmanly. Yo bro, Aijuru called. Katsuki turned with a scowl. It was early, and Katsuki hadn't had his post-workout protein shake yet, which meant he'd be a little bitchy. Well, Aijuru didn't mind. What? Katsuki hissed, banshee-like. Why are you speaking to me? Oh, I just had a little run-in with Izuku last night. Aijuru let the words sing from his lips. Izuku? Katsuki was incredulous. We're on a first-name basis now, Aijuru said proudly. Katsuki rolled his eyes. And why are you telling me? Want me to be jealous? I've known the idiot since he was pissing himself, buddy boy. And you sound hella jealous, Aijuru snickered, waving a hand. But you shouldn't be. Izuku has a special pet name just for you. Kaken is so cute. And don't you forget it, Katsuki grumbled, apparently mollified. He waved a gracious hand. So, spill? He asked me if you were gay. Katsuki stopped dead, one hand in the fridge. He turned slowly, eyes wide. And, did he say why? What did you tell him? Well, I felt it wasn't my place to out you and, what? Katsuki yelled. Why the F not? Dude, come on. Stop yelling. Mina shouted from across the common room, groaning. She looked like she'd slept there, covered in math assignments. Kirishima mentally made a note to remind her to ask someone smarter than himself for help. That someone probably being Katsuki. Dude, I'm sorry, Aijuru held his hands up. I was being a good friend You're a horrible friend, Katsuki groaned, slumping again. He shoved the fridge closed with a snap. The first time the nerd shows any interest in me, and you don't tell him I'm the gayest mod-half out there. Why, Kiri? Why would you do this to me? I'm sorry, Aijuru wailed. I wanted to respect your privacy. How the hell else is he gonna figure out I want pages? Katsuki snarled, shaking his protein shake a little too vigorously. His pages. Specifically. You could just tell him. Katsuki rounded on him. If no, then show him. Somehow. Katsuki stared at him with narrowed eyes, apparently turning something over in his head. Fine. But whatever happens is your goddamn fault. It started as a normal afternoon training session, which technically was optional but still heavily attended by Class 3A. They were training quirks without support gear, to make sure they didn't gain a dependency on equipment. It was a nice chance to wear normal workout clothes, after all. Most people wore sweats or workout shorts. Mina always wore neon, animal print sports bras and shorts, and was currently criticizing Siro for his all-heather gray outfit. Have some pizzazz. She scolded him. You look like Cementos. Is that what you want? To be the tape version of Cementos? Siro said, staring at the entrance. Mina was deeply unimpressed by his reaction. Why not add some spice to life? She cried out, trying to catch him with her vibe. Then she realized everyone was staring. Not at her, but behind her. The realization dawned on her slowly. Had Bakugou finally done it? Ochako nearly passed out, because nothing in her life had ever prepared her for this. She poked Izuku, who turned around. What's up? He asked, then froze when he saw it. Bakugou had entered the room. Bakugou, who normally wore black tank tops and gray sweats to train, exclusively. Not today. No, not today. He ambled in as if nothing was different. Ida collapsed to his knees, wondering if this was somehow a dress code violation. He was pretty sure it was, but was just too overwhelmed to figure out exactly how. To be fair, Bakugou's expression was still the same. Still the angry half-pout, the intense red glare, choppy blonde hair. That much was familiar. But his spiky hair was pushed back with a rainbow sweatband, and his typical black tank top had been replaced with a white one. Right on his knee was a rainbow-colored fist holding up the middle finger, and the words "I'm gay" below it in all caps sans serif. His thumbs were hooked in the waistband of his hot pink shorts. Short shorts, which revealed a surprising amount of thick, pale thighs for the world to see. The first one to say anything was Jairu, who pumped a fist in the air. Yeah. Gay rights. She yelled. Gay rights is manly. Kirishima shouted into the ringing silence. Kaminari threw out a double thumbs up for good measure, as people started to talk amongst themselves. Now that's pizzazz, Mina said, poking Siro. If only everyone would dress like that, she could cross off one major life goal. She'd thought it would be harder to get Bakugou out of monochrome, but he'd just made life easy for her. Now she just had to work on the rest of her gang, and they would all be colorful. Kirishima might be a lost cause, though. If she never had to see another croc, she'd die happy. That's not pizzazz, that's a fashion nightmare, Siro said, blinking. I am literally blinded by those thighs, Jesus H. Christ. As soon as he comes to his senses, he's gonna kill us all for witnessing this. Have you guys written a will yet? They're so bright, it's scaring Dark Shadow, Tokoyami added. Dark Shadow whimpered, small behind his back. Hey, screw you guys. Bakugou shouted at them. My thighs are F-normal. Normal isn't the word I'd use, Kaminari grinned, earning an elbow from Kirishima. What? You're right, Kirishima conceded. I think the phrase is watermelon crushing. Kaminari nodded sagely, as if he was agreeing with Confucius himself. Bakugou, swear words are against the dress code, Ida choked out, still on the ground. Bakugou glanced down at his ichi, then back up. Then he flipped Ida off, as if he'd used his tank top for reference. F off, glasses, Bakugou added as if the gesture wasn't enough. Like I give a royal SHT. You want a beach or you want a spar? I'm ready to F go off. Twin explosions popped in his palms. Ida was unimpressed, having faced years of this attitude already. Neither. I insist you remove your shirt immediately. Bakugou grinned, wide and horrible. Oh, you want me to take off my shirt? The tank top was halfway up his Z before a multitude of shouts stopped him. No. Ochako and at least 5 other people screamed, hoping to avoid another striptease. Bakugou just laughed and laughed, dropping his tank top back down where it belonged. Kirishima wondered if he'd actually been mentally broken by Izuku's obliviousness. Case in point, Izuku nudged Ochako. He looked like he was thinking very, very strong, face all scrunched up. Chako. Do you think this means he's gay? Bakugo's gaze zeroed in on Izuku like a homing missile. In no time, he was storming over and jabbing a finger into Izuku's sternum. You got a problem with that, huh? Izuku looked like he was about to pass out. Ochako, the wonderful friend that she was, slipped an arm around his waist to keep him upright. Shorts, Izuku mumbled, for some reason. Even Bakugou looked confused. The entire class waited with bated breath. Izuku managed to drag his eyes away from Bakugou's shorts, and everything they revealed, let's be honest, and up to his face. Slowly, Bakugou raised a hand and jabbed a finger into his own Can't you read? Huh? Izuku laughed robotically. Bakugou looked close to nuclear meltdown. Izuku also seemed to be having some kind of internal, mental breakdown. This was not going well. This, Bakugou snapped finally, turning away. Izuku never could really stand to watch him leave, though. Especially not with the word, astastic, printed on the back of his shorts. Mina couldn't believe he'd actually gone through with it, but who was she kidding? Bakugou never backed down. Kakenpui. Bakugou turned back around shoujo manga style. Mina's hands flew to her mouth, covering her squeal. What? Bakugou growled. Iluvian supporti anamatua? Izuku muttered incomprehensibly, backing away. Bakugou's eyes narrowed. Sorry, you what? I care about you a normal amount considering how long we've known each other, and I also support you completely and unconditionally, Izuku choked out, hands over his face. Sure, Bakugou scoffed, but he looked slightly more relaxed. Typical sentimental nerd CRP. Has anyone considered actually training during this training session? Ida huffed, getting to his feet. I actually agree, Shuji added, crossing all 6 arms. We're all glad you've come out to us, but it doesn't need to be a big deal. Bakugou, we all support you. And now we should get to work. Bakugou stared at him, face twitching. He looked pissed, but Kirishima could tell he wasn't actually upset. That expression actually betrayed the rarest of all Bakugou emotions. He was touched. So Bakugou just said, thanks man. Let's get to work. Bakugou proceeded to wipe the floor with them for the rest of the training PRD. Kirishima hypothesized that it was because of gay power. Kaminari said it couldn't be because he had bisexual power, and that should be twice as powerful, logically speaking. And if that was true, then Bakugou shouldn't have been able to run them over like a goddamn freight train. It also didn't hurt that Bakugou was one of the only people in the room who wasn't fatally distracted by what he was wearing. Izuku nearly got knocked out a good 7 times because he was transfixed by the sight of a pink shorts-wearing Bakugou flying through the air, trailing explosions and screaming die. Kirishima ambushed Bakugou first, right after the first round of sparring was done. Apparently Bakugou's outfit was the manliest thing he'd seen in his life, and then he cried about it. Bakugou even allowed him about 3 seconds of hugging, which was generous by his standards. Mina waited until they were leaving the training area before she told him how proud of him she was for coming out to the whole class. Aoyama grabbed his arm and cried on it, saying his bravery had moved him to tears. It sounded strangely like Kirishima. Then he demanded to know where Bakugou had gotten the shorts, Mina. Jairu and Yamamo stopped him at breakfast the next morning and said they'd have his back no matter what. Sada baked him a cake in the shape of a rainbow. Uraraka told him she'd personally destroy anyone who gave him SHT, about this specifically, as if Bakugou couldn't do that himself. Ida didn't complain when that FME I'm Gage tank top became a regular feature of Bakugou's workout outfits, but he did buy him a very similar tank top without any expletives on it. Somehow, over the course of the next week, Bakugou had managed to accumulate messages of support from everyone in 3A. By the time Class 3B started talking to him about it, he was done. Even Shinso had come up to him and said something like, "Good for you, buddy," and patted him on the head. Bakugou had been too shocked to rip his throat out for it, and was vigorously complaining to Mina about the whole ordeal. Airs won't leave me alone, he grumbled to Mina. She slung an arm up and over his neck, grinning. Ah, cats, we all support you and you know you love it. Bakugou scoffed but didn't push her away. It's annoying. You're annoying. You live it, and you love me? Could be worse, IF guess. Bakugou grunted, looked pointedly away from her. Your lil nerd seemed very moved, Mina added, pushing her luck. Bakugou det-angled himself from Mina's arm and gave her a glare of warning. Don't F with me. He looked like he was about to drop dead. Well, you did kind of drop the gay equivalent of a tactical nuke in his lap, Mina said. I knew those shorts were a good idea. They actually allow for good movement, it's not bad for combat, Bakugou said thoughtfully. What brand was it again? Mina poked him in the pec. That's not the point. Dude, you know Izuku would never ever judge you for this kind of thing, right? He's been out forever. Sure. I'm serious. He'd probably cry if he even knew you were worried about it. Seriously. He's probably crying now just from your negative vibes. He literally said he unconditionally supports you. Okay, I guess that's true. Something in Bakugou's posture finally relaxed. Midoriya was the only one who hadn't said anything to him afterward, but to be fair, he'd been pretty clear about his support. And if he was being a PP about it, which he isn't, I'd melt his flesh off. Mina held up her hands, making evil-looking claws and doing her best approximation of a scary grin. Bakugou sighed, torn between exasperation and affection. You melt one freckle off that nerd and I end you, Bakugou said, but he was obviously amused. Now can we never talk about this ever again? You're the one who keeps bringing it up, Mina sang, sticking out her tongue. Yep, I'm outta here, Bakugou groaned. He pushed Mina away to a nice, respectable distance and then made his escape from the common room before she could latch on again. And I still want to put eyeliner on you. Mina screamed after him and was rewarded with a faint FU wafting down the hall in his wake. Mina smiled to herself and very kindly texted him the link to the shorts brand with approximately 20 rainbow heart emojis for good measure. Kyoka was having her own problems, you know. Momo was so out of her league, she was the freaking ocean surface and Kyoka was a Jules Verne novel 20,000 leagues beneath her. She knew that reference because Momo had mentioned liking Jules Verne once, and then Kyoka had read the first book by him she'd found. Yeah, she had it bad. But not as bad as the poor sap muttering down the hallway. She actually thought it was Izuku at first, because the guy was still known for his hopelessly unaware muttering. It was something about asking someone to the winter festival, and Kyoka was drawn in despite herself. Who would Izuku want to ask out? Even without her quirk, her hearing was excellent. She could hear, will you go to the F festival with me? Even though I'm a dumbass loser and th. She crept closer. That definitely wasn't Izuku. Shitty nerd. I just wish I could, the voice trailed off, gravelly with distress. Bakugou. Kyoka rounded the corner, too curious to help herself. Hey, she waved, preparing to get incinerated. Instead, she found Bakugou sitting on the floor, knees drawn up as he leaned against the wall. He tilted his head towards her, eyes burning. You ever been such a loser you can't ask out the guy you like? You like someone, Kyoka whispered, trying not to break whatever spell was stopping Bakugou from lighting up like an American drone strike. Obviously, he glowered. Shitty nerd, she said, echoing what she'd heard earlier. Izuku wasn't the only nerd in the class, but the chances of Bakugou being interested in the other class nerds, which would arguably be Momo, Todoroki, and Ida, were astronomically low. And if it was Izuku, that would explain the weird standoff he'd had that one training session when Bakugou had worn frankly the gayest outfit Kyoka had ever seen. She'd wondered why he'd done it quite like that, but if he was after Izuku. Well, Bakugou had never been particularly calm or reasonable when Izuku was concerned, and this was kind of par for the course. It's impossible, Bakugou sighed, head hitting his knees. Kyoka felt bad for him. They'd grown closer over the last 2 years, thanks to the band and teaming up on several occasions. Close enough that she felt comfortable pushing this a little. Is anything impossible for you? She crouched down next to him. Thought you were all big, bad Bakugou, gonna win everything all the time, etc.? I can win anything, Bakugou growled. The statement was strangely comforting. Despite his bad attitude, Bakugou had become a sort of mascot for their class. At the very least, They had to admit having someone as rabid as Bakugou in their midst made them all work harder. Then his voice shifted to a softer mumble, anything except F Deku and his goddamn big-ass green F eyes. Yep, it was totally Izuku. Wow, Kyoka said, a little in awe. She'd never seen Bakugou open up like this. You're not holding back, are you? Just don't tell the little effer. Bakugou huffed. I don't give a SHT anymore. He trailed off, thinking it over. You're okay, I guess? Kyoka found herself smiling. You too, she poked him in the arm. He snapped his teeth at her. And in return, I won't tell Momo you finger yourself to her every night. Kyoka froze, a blush climbing up her cheeks. What? I don't Jesus, Bakugou, you can't just say stuff like that. Ask her out, does, Bakugou just said, and slowly got to his feet. He'd grown a lot, and now towered over Kyoka. She frowned up at him. It's not that easy. Oh gosh, is it strong for you? Bakugou's sarcasm was acid. Did you spend your childhood actively ruining her life? No. What dash, just do it for F's sake, he snorted. It's obvious she likes you, and the pining is a goddamn eyesore. Wow, pot calling the kettle black. Kyoka just pointed an earjack at him and raised her eyebrows. Yeah Drew, I effin' know, he snapped. I'm doing enough goddamn pining for the entire class, which means there's none left for coward butt losers like you. I think, Kyoka trailed off. I think you're being encouraging. Bakugou widened his eyes sarcastically. Wow, thinking must be strong for you. Let me know if you need any help with basic F arithmetic. Kyoka couldn't help grinning. I think that was an offer to help me study. Ah, Baku, are you getting soft in your old age? Try me, Beach, Bakugou said, but the venom was missing from his words. Okay, you know what? I'll ask her out, but just to the festival. And if she says no, then you can be my pity date. Bakugou's loud bark of a laugh startled her. Yeah, good luck with that. Seriously, I don't want your shitty pity company, so she'd better say yes. He slouched off down the hallway, and Kyoka was left with the strange realization that they were actually friends. So maybe he could get a little touchy when he felt vulnerable, but the sheer fact he talked about this stuff with her at all. Kyoka was really happy they were close enough to do that. Well, time to go embarrass herself in front of Momo. Mina brought back enough chocolate-covered frozen bananas for everyone. They'd just finished a particularly shitty group project, so she'd insisted they all go out to the mall to celebrate handing it in. Shiro, Denki, and Izuku coming along was pretty much a given. Katsuki's presence was a little more surprising, but she'd put special work into convincing him. She was going to be playing on the shitty PlayStation controller for the next 2 weeks, but it was worth it to have Katsuki's grumpy but tagging along. She'd been through a lot, what with having Katsuki and Izuku in the same group. At first glance, you'd think it was great. They were both near the top of the class, and could carry the rest of the idiots, herself included, to a good grade. What wasn't great was Katsuki's flirting, and how Izuku was ignoring it like a pro. She couldn't tell why. Did Izuku just not know? Was he really not interested? She saw the lingering looks he gave Katsuki when he wasn't looking, but Izuku seemed to just not understand the flirting. Mina had opened her mouth to tell him once, and Katsuki had caught her eye. Then he'd slowly moved his head back and forth, giving her a dead-eye stare that clearly said, "Shut up if you value your gorgeous, pink life." Mina assumed it was something like this. She'd had nightmares about it for 3 days straight. Suffice to say, she was playing dumb for now. So, in retrospect, maybe the chocolate bananas had been a bad idea. They all sat around one of those metal mesh tables in the middle of the food court, enjoying the break from the cold weather. She'd bought enough chocolate bananas for all of them, even if Katsuki and Izuku were the only ones who really deserved them, having done most of the work. Mina was taking that back. Izuku was the only one who deserved it, because Katsuki's chocolate banana privileges were officially revoked on grounds of molestation. He was currently licking it. Not in the yum a dessert way of licking, but in the this is how I will run my tongue up your pee-pee kind of way. Mina didn't even have a pee-pee, and it was still making her a little hot. Shiro seemed to be having a fight or flight or freeze reaction, having ultimately landed on freeze. Denki apparently didn't have enough brain cells for fight or flight, because for whatever reason he felt the need to provoke Katsuki during his mating ritual. Yo, Baku, you tryna eat or F that banana? Denki snickered, chomping on his banana in a way that made Mina's teeth hurt. What do you think? Katsuki growled, looking away from Izuku for a split second. A split second in which his expression shifted from horny to homicide and then back to horny again, when his eyes ultimately landed on Izuku. Do you think we should have cited more sources for the covert infiltration paragraph? Izuku said, scrolling through something on his phone. Mina figured he was looking over their assignment and worrying uselessly. This is why people call you a nerd, Mina teased, hoping he'd look up and see Katsuki. The guy was just trying so strong. Izuku's banana was currently melting on its napkin. Katsuki's banana seemed to be making its way down his throat. Wasn't that SHT cold? Holy SHT, Siro said, apparently recovering from his freeze status. Do any of us know the Heimlich maneuver? For when Katsuki chokes to death on his banana. Of course that was the way to get Izuku's attention. His gaze snapped up, wide with alarm. Mina wondered what it was like to be Izuku in that moment. The poor guy had gone from reading over their assignment to witnessing Katsuki IF him with a banana largely down his throat. Katsuki's chin was tipped up, his eyes hazy with intent. Mina felt like she needed to pixelate his goddamn mouth to keep it from being X-rated. Mina was also pretty sure he could deep throat better than her at this point, and was reluctantly impressed. Izuku made an adorable little scream, hands flying to his mouth. Catching his reaction, Katsuki's lips pulled back slightly in a smile. Kaken, you're going to choke. What are you doing? That seemed to be the magic question, because Katsuki pulled the banana out slowly, sinfully, tongue trailing along the bottom of it as he went. His lips were wet, smudged with chocolate. Exactly what you think I'm doing, he purred, albeit rather hoarsely. So that would be throat F an innocent banana for no good reason? Denki asked. He'd been in for some explosive sparring rounds later, probably, but Izuku flushed a sudden, violent shade of red. Oh, there's a reason, Katsuki snorted, then bit the tip off of his banana in a way that made all the men at the table wince. I'm, gonna go to the bathroom, Izuku squeaked, looking faint. Have fun. Katsuki called after him, like the little SHT he was. Mina shot Izuku a friendly thumbs up, figuring escape was a fair option at this point. Izuku gave them all a panicked look, then scuttled away. He was already starting to mutter about something as he merged with the crowd. There was a long, painful silence. Siro was the one who broke it, apparently unable to hold it in any longer. Jesus F. Christ Bakugou, Siro said, choking on a laugh. That hurt to watch. You are the worst at flirting I've ever seen, and that's including Denki. Hey, I'm the only one here with a boyfriend. Katsuki shrugged, watching Izuku weave through the crowd. Do you think he even noticed? Awkward silence. No one wanted to say that it was honestly a toss-up if Izuku had even slightly received the message. He noticed something. Siro ventured, hands raised in ambivalence. I don't know if he figured out it was for him, though, Mina sighed, looking in the direction Izuku had gone. Goddamn typical, Katsuki huffed, glaring at the banana. Well, I thought it was kinda hot, Denki contributed, shooting him a thumbs up. Katsuki shot him a DEFCON 1 kind of glare right back. I don't care what you think. Go beg Kiri to put out or something, don't be disgusting. You really can't talk after that revolting performance, Mina chided. Be nice to Sparky. Yeah, be nice to me, Denki nodded wisely. At least I got my crush to ask me out. They all waited for the signature Baku explosion, but all they got was Katsuki throwing his hands in the air and shouting, but how? I'm being so obvious. It's stupid. Kiri's so dumb and even he could tell you liked him. Deku's supposed to be smart. I hate that idiot nerd so much. Of course, Izuku chose that moment to return. He'd looked a little pink-cheeked, but no worse for the wear. That was, up until he heard Katsuki shouting. His expression dropped, catching the business end of Katsuki's words. Oh, was all he said, in this sad, small little voice. Then he slid into his seat, obviously hurt. Katsuki looked like he wanted to murder someone, probably himself. Mina was starting to feel really bad for him. She could wingman a little without Katsuki cutting out her tongue, right? Cats, You don't really hate him, she prompted, leaning in with her best winning smile. Izuku's gaze swung to her, intent as a sniper with a scope. Katsuki shot her a grateful look and took the opening like a pro. He crossed his arms and looked somewhere off in the distance, apparently gathering up his ball. No, I don't hate him. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded like gravel. Mina watched Izuku's face light up like Denki with an electrical socket. Whether or not the guy was interested in Katsuki, he obviously cared about his opinion. She just wished Katsuki was catching the hope written all over Izuku's face, but her surly friend was still making eyes at the exit sign. How much don't you hate him? Mina said, pushing her luck. Katsuki turned to her, lips pulled back in a snarl. I really don't hate him, what the hell else do you want me to say? Ah, Kaken, Izuku said, resting his chin on his hands. He'd recovered from the shock quickly, and now was basically sparkling at them all, Aoyama style. Apparently, his standard for positive attention from Katsuki was so DMN low that even this meager praise excited him. It's almost like you don't hate me. Katsuki stared at him, eyes wide. Was that? No, it couldn't be. A slight tinge of pink on his ears. Mina could die happy now, having seen Bakugou Katsuki blush. Which she undoubtedly would be doing soon, once Katsuki got his revenge on her for putting him on the spot. I said I effing stood. Where'd all your nerdy but brain cells go? I used them up carrying you guys through this group project, Izuku snickered, clearly elated despite his teasing. You all owe me 1 Katsudon each for that A+, by the way. Mina saw how despite the fact that Bakugou had done more than his fair share of work, he didn't protest. This was a golden opportunity to give Izuku food, after all. And if later, Mina noticed that the Katsudon Izuku received from Katsuki was painstakingly homemade, she didn't tell anyone. She had hopes and dreams about graduating UA, and dying prematurely would get in the way of that. The clock read 3:12 a.m. Aizawa stared at it in disbelief, then shook his head at himself. Why was he up late grading papers? The idiot children could wait another day for feedback. He pushed the papers on his desk around with a groan. If only papers were all that he had to deal with. No, that would be too easy, and why would his life be easy, ever? He was used to his problem children by now. Bakugou would get reported for property damage, Midoriya practically lived with Recovery Girl, and if he caught Kaminari sneaking any more booze onto campus he was going to flip his SHT. Well, he was used to that. Bakugou was property damage. Ashido was dress code violations and occasional public indecency. Midoriya was reckless endangerment. Kaminari was booze. Jairu was illicit substances. Mineta had been expelled. Aizawa could handle all of this. Except that the slip before him ruined everything, because Bakugou was written up for dress code violations, and that was not in the natural order of things. He'd thought the guy literally only had 3 shirts. What could he have done wrong? He groped around for his eye drops, and sighed when he couldn't find them. His eyes burned as he read the slip before him. Student, Bakugou Katsuki violation, refusal to wear appropriate swim attire in the UA swim area. The little checkboxes for warnings issued were all filled out, a little aggressively if the scribbled X's were any indication. He could only imagine how well warning Bakugou about anything had gone over. Still, the disturbing part was in the notes section. Notes. I offered to let him off the hook if he'd wear dress code appropriate swimwear. The student continued to wear the bright orange thong Speedo regardless of warnings issued. The words bright orange thong Speedo swam before Aizawa's tired eyes. There was so much to unpack, and Aizawa wanted to think about exactly none of it. He signed the slip, and resigned himself to having the most awkward talk of his life with Bakugou after class the next day. Maybe if he embarrassed Bakugou enough, the idiot would actually wear the goddamn standard issue UA swim trunks. Or at least something that couldn't be described as a thong. His head throbbed. He really needed to get some sleep. Why had he decided to become a teacher again? Momo was completely absorbed in the music. Kyoka had made her a playlist of songs that apparently reminded her of Momo, so she was listening to it on repeat and overthinking literally every lyric. Kyoka had asked her to the winter festival weeks ago, and had kissed her on the cheek afterwards before going back to her room. Momo hadn't known what to do, but it had felt like a date. And they'd gone out for dinner several times, but they hadn't explicitly said it was a date, so Momo didn't know. It should be simple to ask, but if it turned out Kyoka just wanted to be friends, Momo would be heartbroken. But she'd kissed Momo's cheek. That meant she liked her, right? The playlist was mostly love songs, but some were about friendship. God, Momo was losing her mind. Her extensive repertoire of PRD drama movies had not prepared her for this kind of romance. Sending someone a playlist means you like them, right? Todoroki said it did, but then Todoroki had also asked out Inasa by buying him a car with his father's money. Todoroki should never be used as a standard for anything. Momo meant it as a compliment, technically speaking, but when she'd mentioned buying Kyoka a car, her friend had just busted up laughing, and Momo had quickly scrapped that idea. Momo was so lost in the memory of Kyoka's eyes creased with laughter that she missed the first timid knocks. The second round was louder, and followed by an inquisitive, "Momo?" With a sigh, Momo opened the door. Izuku stood there, looking hugely sheepish. "I have a big favor to ask," he said. Momo couldn't imagine what that would be, but she was pretty used to strange asks based on her quirk. She'd had to draw the line when Mina asked her to make lube, though. "What is it?" "I'm happy to help." Izuku blushed. "It's kind of dumb, sorry. I was just hoping you could make some towels. Kaken keeps losing his and we've run out of spare towels and he needs one." Momo stared at him, trying to decipher the sudden word vomit. Bakugou had been acting strangely lately, and definitely seemed like he was trying to get Izuku's attention most of the time. Momo had some strong guesses as to why, but Kyoka had refused to confirm anything, citing bro code. Whatever that meant. Regardless, if Kyoka didn't want her to dig into it, Momo wasn't going to push it. So instead, she just asked, "Can't you guys just get more from the school?" Izuku looked deeply distressed. He lost 2 replacements already, and the rest of the guys have destroyed another 10. 5 was Kirishima trying to towel off while his quirk was activated. "We're all cut off, so we have to bring personal towels. So I have to make up for all the men's carelessness," Momo sighed, then instantly felt bad as Izuku looked terribly guilty. "I mean, I will do it. It's not the weirdest thing anyone's asked me for." Like Mina. The worst part was Momo had made condoms on several occasions, for fear her friends wouldn't practice safe sex if she didn't. God, the things she did for her friends. "I'm so sorry," Izuku said. "I'll owe you big time. Anything you want." "I want to know why it's so important that Bakugou has a towel," Momo smiled. She meant to be light-hearted and teasing, but instead Izuku turned red as a cherry. "Because he walks around naked after the shower." Before changing, Izuku said in a tiny voice. "Doesn't everyone?" "The girls did, at least." "Yeah, a bit, but it's so much more now that he's lost his towel." They were getting to the good stuff now. "I guess it bothers you. But you've known each other for so long." Momo let her voice trail off. Izuku buried his face in his hands. "Don't you know? I thought everyone knows." "Knows what?" "I used to have the biggest crush on Kaken," Izuku admitted, then frantically looked up at her. "But don't tell him. He would kill me, oh my god. It's so embarrassing, but I don't know if I ever really got over it." "Wait, you still like him?" Momo was taken aback. She'd known they had a special relationship as rivals, and Izuku had some kind of hero worship thing going on, but somehow she'd failed to notice something as monumental as Midoriya Izuku having a crush. For such an outgoing and friendly guy, he kept his vulnerable emotions very, very close. "I don't know," Izuku backpedaled. "I don't really want to talk about it. But it's still really strong to act normal when I have to see him prancing around everywhere because he lost his towel for the 100th time. Back then I spent so long hiding my stupid crush, and I got so good at pretending I never felt anything, but now that he's acting like this. It's really strong." "How strong exactly?" Momo covered her smile with a hand. Izuku's eyes bugged out. Did you just make a pee-pee joke?" "Did you? Was it good?" Momo was laughing now. "So good," Izuku exclaimed, beaming. "I'm so proud. You're going to be a pro at gross jokes in no time." "Kyoka's been sending me a lot of text posts," Momo said, "so I'm picking up some stuff. I hate feeling so out of touch sometimes, you know." Izuku's smile was blinding. You're doing amazing, Momo. And even if you are out of touch sometimes, you're still a wonderful friend and it's so nice hanging out with you. Well, it looks like I owe you a towel, Momo acquiesced, completely buttered up. Or maybe two, since Bakugou seems to be having issues keeping track of them. Can you put his name on it or something? So maybe someone will return it if he loses it. That wouldn't work if Bakugou was just destroying them, but she didn't need to tell Izuku that. The poor guy was already struggling to process enough. So Momo just nodded and made two fluffy, army green towels with Bakugou Katsuki written across them in black. Tell him I made these, and if he loses them I'm going to come and give him a stern talking to. Unlike Ida, Momo's stern lectures actually had an effect on people. Even Bakugou wasn't entirely immune. Izuku hugged her quickly. Thank you so much. Let me know if I can ever do anything for you. You're welcome, Momo said warmly, and hoped that she'd actually manage to help her friend. Actually, could you give me some advice? It's about romance and I'm I feel a little confused. Izuku stopped dead on his way out the door, then spun around. Of course, he said seriously, eyes wide. What's going on? Are you and Kyoka having a fight or something? What? No. Momo protested. I just don't know how to ask her out. Izuku's jaw dropped. I thought you guys were already dating. In secret maybe, but still. It was Momo's turn to put her face in her hands. Not yet. I think she likes me, but I'm not sure. And if I'm wrong and I lose her as a friend, she couldn't even finish the thought. Hey, Izuku said softly. It's okay. Look, I'm pretty sure she likes you, but even if she doesn't, she would never stop being friends for you just because you confessed. I think you'll really regret if you don't take a chance on her, okay? You're right, Momo breathed out. Izuku hugged the green towels and gave her a small smile. So, are you going to do it? Just ask her to coffee or something, but say it's a date. I think I can do that, Momo said, gathering her resolve. Maybe you should take a chance too. On what? Izuku blinked at her. You said you liked Bakugou? Oh, that was a long time ago, Izuku blushed. I don't think it would really work now. I think we're getting closer, but I don't even know if we're friends again. I can't really ask for anything more than that, you know? Momo was surprised by how sad that made her. After all this time, Izuku still got so little from Bakugou. Although it did look like Bakugou was trying to change that in his own, strange way. Either way, she didn't want to interfere too much. She wasn't close enough to either of them to feel like it was her place. Well, I can tell how much he's come to respect you over the last 3 years, Momo said, figuring that wasn't being too nosy. Whatever happens, I just hope you're happy. I am, Izuku said determinedly. I think we're getting closer, but I'm trying to go really slowly so I don't freak him out, you know? Just don't go too slowly, Momo said, smiling. She'd only taken 3 years to decide to ask out Kyoka, after all. She suddenly wondered if she shouldn't have put the tiny black heart next to Bakugou's name on the towel. Was that considered meddling? Well, if it was a problem, she'd just make Izuku more towels. About a week later, Izuku passed her a note in class, clearly torn from one of his notebooks. Momo opened it carefully, making sure Aizawa wouldn't notice on the off chance he was actually paying attention. The note read, Kaken hasn't lost the towel yet. I think he likes the ones you made. To SM. Smiley face. Did Bakugou like the towels she made, or more specifically, the ones Izuku had given to him? Momo had her guess as to which, but she just smiled at Izuku and gave him a thumbs up. Ojiro was cute. Cute in an understated way, but he reminded her of Lee Sung-ji in A Korean Odyssey, and he was really cute in that show. Maybe Toru just liked monkeys or guys with short hair. She wasn't sure. Anyway, she had a type. That wasn't her problem. Her problem was that she wasn't anyone's type. She didn't even know her own hair color. Whose type was someone they couldn't even see? Hey, Aji, she murmured. Class would start in 5 minutes, which would give her a natural out if this conversation was horrible. Ojiro looked over, smiling his normal handsome smile. Do you have a type? His hand went up to scratch the back of his head, looking a little bashful. I'm sure. I mean, most people do, right? I guess, Toru pouted, disappointed with the non-answer. What, don't you have a type? Are we talking about types? Kyoka leaned in, grabbing the back of Shuji's empty chair. I like tall, dark and handsome women. That's so cliché, Toru giggled. I guess mine is. I like cute, nice guys. Like, guys who are humble but still kind of strong. I think it's really nice when guys have dignity, you know? Or had tails. What about you, Ojiro? Kyoka's smile was devious. His face scrunched up in embarrassment. Oh, I don't really have one. Everyone has a type. Kyoka protested, while Toru died of embarrassment. At least no one could see her blush, right? He doesn't have to, she protested. He's just hiding it, Kyoka snicked. I bet even Bakugou has a type, huh? She looked over to Bakugou, who'd previously been glaring out the window like the scenery had personally insulted him. The F you going on about, he grumbled, glancing over. We're talking about types, Kyoka said slyly, glancing back at Izuku. Izuku, who was not paying any attention and instead was vigorously doing hand-strengthening exercises. He was probably the only one she knew who could make working out look nerdy. Ojiro says he doesn't have a type. Bakuga's eyes flicked from Ojiro to Toru, and lit up in the way they do when he spots a way to torment someone. Oh, everyone has a type, he grinned. If they're not too much of a coward to admit it. Bakugou. Toru protested, even though she was the one who wanted to know. Even if it was impossible for her to be Ojiro's type when she didn't even have an appearance. Oh yeah. Ojiro said, unintimidated. What's your type then? Bakugou made a show of thinking strong. I like curly hair and nerds, he said, very loudly. Loudly enough that Izuku looked up. His face slowly flushed, eyes widening. Ah really? Kaken. You have a type. Bakugou swiveled in his chair, horror movie fast. So fast that Izuku actually flinched backward at the sudden movement, wide-eyed. Really? Bakugou said, showing teeth. Curly hair. Nerdy. My type. Izuku snorted, recovering quickly. Come on, Kaken. I know when you're just trying to get a rise out of me. I'd love to get a rise out of you, Bakugou laughed, the sound harsh and sharp. Toru had a feeling she knew what kind of rise Bakugou was thinking about. Well, it won't work, Izuku laughed. But you're funny. What's your type, actually? I just effin said, Deh. Try using your brain. Oh, is it really that then? Izuku seemed to be thinking very strong about this, starting to mumble to himself. Bakugou was entranced. Finally, Izuku seemed to reach some kind of conclusion, clapping his hands together. I figured it out. Bakugou looked floored, his hands gripping the back of his chair so strong his knuckles turned white. Izuku smiled at him blindingly. That's why you tutor Mina so much, right? So she can be nerdy and have curly hair. No wait, she's a girl? Maybe Ida should try curling his hair, he's a guy. Oh my god. Shinso. You like Shinso? Oh my god, Toru said, unable to stop herself. Kyoka dissolved into giggles, and Bakugou's shocked expression slid back into his usual aggressive sulk. Honestly at this point, that might be easier, he muttered and turned back around, shoulders hunched. Paint some freckles on him and call it a day. Wait, do you really like Shinso? Izuku sounded a little strangled. No. Bakugou shouted, smacking his desk with a puff of smoke. Izuku shrank down, no longer looking like he was having fun. Sorry, he whispered. Bakugou just shook his head silently, glowering. Toru turned back around, feeling a little shell-shocked. Wow, Ojiro said, blinking at Toru. That was painful to watch. I guess, Toru mumbled. I feel sort of bad for bringing it up. Ojiro's eyes softened. Don't feel bad. Look, I'll tell you my type. It can't go worse than that, right? I like friendly girls who have a positive attitude. And I think it's really sweet when they're modest, even when they have a really cool quirk, and he blushed suddenly, looking away. Toru was overwhelmed with butterflies. She'd never thought someone's type might not be aesthetic. Ojiro liked personality traits that she could have. She swallowed strong, and resolved to not give up on her crush. Are you and Bakugou-kun okay? Tsuyu asked, daring to break the silence of their evening study session. Their other study group members had taken a lengthy snack break, but Izuku had stuck around to help Tsuyu prepare for an upcoming test. Tsuyu wasn't one to meddle, and she definitely didn't want to intrude on Izuku's or Bakugo's privacy. She also was a little worried about Izuku. "Why would you ask me that?" Izuku asked nervously. "It's just that I saw you after class today," Tsuyu said, glancing at the study room's closed door. She didn't want anyone overhearing it, and was worried about Izuku feeling embarrassed. "I don't know what Bakugou said, but you looked really shaken. So I was wondering what your relationship is now." "I don't want to be nosy," she added, softly. "I just don't know if I'm being left out, but I don't really understand." "Tsu," Izuku said, his stressed look softening. "No one's leaving you out. I honestly don't understand him, either. He's acted one way his whole life, but he's so different this year. You've noticed too, right?" "Yeah," Tsuyu nodded, relaxing a little. "He talks to everyone a lot more, and he let me try some of his protein shake the other day when I mentioned I was working on building muscle." "Yeah," Izuku said, emphatically. "I don't really understand his motivations, but he seems to be getting along with people. I just don't really understand his methods. It's weird even for him." "I don't always understand everyone," Tsuyu admitted. "But I can try and help you." "Thank you," Izuku sighed, and draped his arms over the back of his chair. Honestly, talking to Ochako about it is strong. She acts like Kaken just decided to be different one day, and says maybe his inner manwear has finally blossomed. Tsuyu laughed lightly at that, and Izuku went on, "And if I ask her why, she just stares at me and goes, 'What do you think?' Or she'll tell me I need to think about it and figure it out for myself. Like that's helpful at all. I'm asking because I don't know what to think and I can't figure it out." "Have you tried asking Bakugou-kun about it?" Tsuyu was pretty sure he hadn't. "Actually, yes," Izuku sighed, sounding fairly exhausted. Tsuyu tilted her head, surprised. He went on after a moment. "I was kind of nervous to ask him, you know. I realized I used to never give him space when he wanted, so ever since last year I've been trying to not be too pushy. Right? He can be so sensitive," Tsuyu sighed, patting Izuku's arm. "So what did he say?" "Kaken said exactly the same thing as Ochako," Izuku growled, his frustration evident. "He just asked me what I think. And then he winked. He's completely useless. Everyone is useless. I'm useless. I think he likes you," Tsuyu said, one finger on her lip. "It makes sense, right?" Izuku spun to face her so quickly he nearly fell out of his chair. "Likes me?" he squeaked. Tsuyu put out her hands to stabilize him. "Sorry, I just mean that I think he's finally maturing enough to show affection to the class. I think he actually likes us, but probably doesn't know how to make friends." "He never really did try to make friends before," Izuku said, suddenly thoughtful. "Oh, that does make sense. That's why it's so weird for me. I was always the one chasing him, so of course I feel like I'm getting the weirdest treatment when he actually tries to talk to me." "I'm sure he'll listen if you tell him it's too much," Tsuyu said, thinking of Bakugou. He was a little aggressive in befriending Izuku, but he probably was just uncertain when it came to his childhood friend. "But I think he just doesn't know how to act around you, after spending so long being rude and standoffish." "But he's trying," Izuku whispered, wonder in his eyes. "Don't you think so? It's not just me. Maybe he does actually want to be friends." "I think so," Tsuyu said, feeling a little hesitant to say it when Izuku was so obviously emotionally invested in the idea. "But do you want to be friends? When I saw you after class today, you looked unhappy." "Oh yeah," Izuku grimaced. "Kaken has a new way of teasing me. It's, kind of embarrassing." Tsuyu waited, and eventually Izuku went on, filling the silence. "It's like he's trying to make me blush or something. Like he's trying to catch me out, and I've gotten really good at pretending not to notice, but it's getting strong and harder to act like he's a normal friend and not someone special to me." "Ah," Tsuyu said, not understanding at all. Izuku sighed, resting his cheek on the back of the chair. "How special is he to you?" Izuku shot her a miserable look. "I hate talking about it. It's so dumb." "Izuku-kun, it's not dumb. You know I would never make fun of you. You're going to think it's a bad idea, and I shouldn't feel this way. You don't have to tell me if you're not comfortable with it," Tsuyu told him gently. "But sometimes it helps to talk about this kind of thing, and I don't gossip." "I know," Izuku took a deep breath and hid his face in his hands. All Might says I should try relying on people more. So, I guess I still like him a little. Izuku. Tsuyu leaned in, trying to get a look at his face behind his fingers. I'm glad you could finally admit it. Is it that obvious? Izuku peeked out at her, looking a little self-conscious. I might have been able to guess, but I don't think Bakugou-kun can tell. Thank God, Izuku groaned. Please never tell him. I think we've made a lot of progress. I don't want to lose it because of something like this. You don't think he feels the same way? That's impossible, Izuku said flatly. I think he cares about you, Tsuyu told him, resolutely. Izuku shrugged, not meeting her eyes. Sure, but he has to. Childhood friends, rivals, whatever. We have a lot of history and even he doesn't ignore that. It's not the same as romantic feelings. It's taken me basically my whole life to get him to look at me as someone who isn't useless. I know he apologized for when we were kids and maybe he is trying to be friends now, but that doesn't mean he'd ever want to be with me. If you're sure, Tsuyu said, feeling fairly doubtful about that. She remembered the sun-soaked track, with Bakugou's fingers brushing Izuku's cheek. I have a strong time believing that's all it is. It's probably just some new way to torment me, Izuku huffed. I just feel like one day I'm going to blush too much and he's going to shout something like, "Ha gotcha," and then melt my face off and run away laughing. And then never speak to me ever again. That's a little dramatic, Tsuyu said, deeply doubtful. Kaken is a dramatic person. No, I think he just likes antagonizing people. He's probably just teasing you because he doesn't know how to connect any other way. But he's definitely paying attention to you. His attention is scary, Izuku pouted. Why can't anything ever be easy? I should just tell him we're friends so he can stop being weird about it. Do that, then, Tsuyu said, completely confident that Izuku would never take that advice. He was so outgoing and confident, but when it came to Bakugou, Izuku was always caught up in his own head. I can't. What if that weirdness is his actual personality and he's just finally showing everyone? What if I insult him and then he goes back in his shell and stops joking around with people? That would be kind of sad, Tsuyu admitted. She liked the new version of Bakugou. She'd caught him joking around with Toru and Ojiro in class, and he'd offered to spot her in the gym on occasion. There'd been a lot of swearing involved, but he was still a really good spotter. Exactly, Izuku said, nodding fervently. The only thing I can do is just grin and bear it. I'm sure I'll get used to it eventually. Well, I'm always here to talk if you need, Tsuyu offered. Right on cue, Tenya and Ochako burst through the door, holding soda and chips. Let's get down to business, Ochako yelled, waving a can of Pringles. Tenya muttered something about being too loud in the study rooms, but they all settled in with their snacks and textbooks and got back to work. Tenya watched with trepidation as Bakugou made his way through the cafeteria. Surely he'd go to his usual table and join Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, and Shiro. There was space for him at that table. He was going to turn at any moment and go to that table. He wasn't coming to Tenya's table, because that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense. Bakugou slid into the empty seat next to Deku, shamelessly shoving Ochako out of the way. Sup, losers, he grinned. Tenya's face met his palm. Then he deliberately put both palms on the table, framing his plate. He was the class president, and he would welcome all students or so help him, God. Good afternoon, Bakugou. You're welcome to sit here, but please refrain from insulting us at the same time. Kaken, Izuku smiled blindingly. Don't be rude. I don't think he's physically capable of not being rude, Ochako sighed, scooting just a little further away from Bakugou, who took the opportunity to luxuriously spread his legs. Tenya had been informed this was called manspreading, and as soon as Kyoka had explained it to him, Tenya had always been very conscientious of the space he took up, and noticed when other men didn't do the same. He frowned at Bakugou. It's not an insult if it's true, Bakugou scoffed, looking at Izuku. After some thought, he poked one finger into Izuku's cheek. Such a loser. No, you're a loser, Izuku said, still smiling. At some point, he'd developed immunity to Bakugou's insults. If Tenya didn't know better, he'd think Izuku enjoyed them, which was ridiculous. But then Izuku looked at Bakugou and said, You're sitting at the loser table after all. What else would you be? You're right, Bakugou said pensively. Now that I'm here, this table's average coolness has risen exponentially. Yeah, almost as big as your ego, Shudo murmured, sliding into the spot next to Tenya. Tenya mentally prepared himself for the incoming volcanic eruption that Bakugou was sure to spout, but the blonde only grinned sharply. And yet, still not as bloated as yours, Two-Face. Why exactly are you here? Shudo's glare could have frozen an active volcano, but it didn't faze Bakugou. Shudo, you're going to scare him off, Izuku giggled. He's very sensitive, you know. I'll show you sensitive. Bakugou was already shouting. Bakugou might be able to withstand Shudo's glaring, but he had no resistance to Izuku's teasing. Tenya leaned forward and chopped him on the head. No shouting at the loser table, Tenya proclaimed, sending Ochako into fits of giggles. Tenya wasn't stupid, he knew he had a reputation for being a stick in the mud. He'd also learned over the years that being even a little silly, when it was appropriate for the occasion, could make his friends really happy. So he liked being a bit silly sometimes, even if he in principle hated calling his table the loser table. Bakugou went dead silent, staring at Tenya. Tenya feared for his life for one blissful moment until Bakugou said in that awful grating voice of his, "Glasses, did you just make a joke?" "It's been known to happen on occasion," Tenya said stiffly. He hadn't made the joke for Bakugou's benefit and didn't want him to enjoy it. "Holy motherfucking shit," Bakugou said, eyes wide. "Can you even say one word without swearing?" Shudo sighed, looking distastefully at his hot dog. Shudo seemed to be under the impression that everything in his day was out to bother him, and by how it was going so far, Tenya couldn't blame him. It was a themed day at the cafeteria, and hot dogs and burgers were abundant. The air stank of French fries. Shudo sighed artfully. "I wanted noodles." "Nothing wrong with a good hot dog," Bakugou said, looking at his. He almost sounded conversational, but Tenya could hear the scheming tone of his voice. He didn't know what Bakugou could possibly be plotting, but it couldn't be good. Then Ishido walked by, pausing as she noticed where Bakugou was sitting. "Cats, you're ditching us?" She made impressively sad puppy eyes, which Tenya approved of. Especially if it got Bakugou away from his table and back at his own, where he belonged. "Just for now," Bakugou grinned, looking sinister. He held up his plate. "It's phallic food day today, so you know what that means?" Ishido's puppy eyes morphed into a look of horror. "Don't you dare violate that hot dog in front of these innocent angels. I don't think Chako even knows what a BLWJB is. Let alone Todoroki." Bakugou choked on a laugh while Ochako spat out her water. "What?" she shrieked. "Of course I know what it is." Then she turned bright red, realizing what she'd admitted to. Shudo just had his face in his hands. "Well, she's about to learn," Bakugou snickered, then licked the length of his hot dog. Tenya could see the mess of ketchup and mustard accumulating on his tongue, and barely avoided dry heaving. "Baku, no, you're gonna kill them," Ishido protested, as the table devolved into chaos. Izuku's face had hit the table as he covered his face. His neck and ears, the only remaining visible parts of him, were bright red. Shudo looked frozen with horror as he peeked around his fingers, and Ochako was still screaming. "What? I haven't even started," Bakugou said, in a horrible approximation of an innocent expression. "Hey, Deku, wanna see me deep their dash? No." Ochako shrieked, face burning. She smacked Bakugou's shoulder, sending the unsuspecting guy floating into the air. He was so shocked he stopped moving, just long enough for Ochako to stand and bodily shove him away from the table. She'd pushed him so strong he floated across the heads of the entire cafeteria. In dead silence, the entire table watched him float by, heads turning in sync as he passed. The shock of it wore off after a few seconds, when Bakugou started cackling, which morphed quickly into full-on laughing. It was a horrible, villainous sound that lasted until he smacked into the wall and dropped to the floor. Ishido ran after him, probably going to make sure he was okay. "Chako dash," Tenya started to say, and she turned to glare at him. "Don't reprimand me, he deserved that." Tenya said, fumbling, "I was going to say good riddance." Then the table dissolved back into laughter. Tenya loved making his friends laugh. Deku, Ochako said, once the laughing had died down, you know if he's bothering you, you can tell him to cut it out, right? We'll back you up. We definitely will, Shudo said, maybe a little more strongly than necessary. Tenya watched Izuku's face carefully, for any sign of apprehension or tension. However, Izuku just looked thoughtful. No, I like it, he finally said. The table was dead silent. Tenya was forced to consider the shocking possibility that Izuku might actually like Bakugou disgustingly flirting with him, and it was breaking his brain. Shudo looked like he'd been run over by a bulldozer. Izuku was looking over at Bakugou, who'd made his way back to his normal table and was shouting something at Kaminari and Shiro. Izuku looked fond and proud. It's nice, Izuku said, still watching the other table. It's like he's actually having fun. I don't think I've ever seen him goof off this much in his life, you know. It's like he's finally relaxing around the class, so it makes me happy. I think he's trying to make friends. I'm not sure friendship is what he's trying for, Ochako said weakly, but she seemed satisfied with the answer. Izuku looked thoughtful, and he had this strange little smile as he watched Bakugou get grilled by his friend group. Well, whatever it is, Izuku blushed faintly. I like it. Shudo was a good friend. He was pretty sure of this because he'd scored top percentile scores in all the online tests that Tenya had sent him after he'd asked Tenya if he was a good friend for the 800th time. Anyway, he was a smart guy and he'd have to be critically stupid to miss the way Bakugou circled around Izuku like a shark. And if Bakugou was a shark, then Izuku was a cute, innocent baby seal about to be ripped in half and eaten for dessert. Shudo wasn't going to stand for it. Or at the very least, he was going to make sure Bakugou was less of a shark and more of a goldfish. That's what friends do, right? Technically speaking, he didn't even dislike Bakugou that much. If an outsider had asked him, he'd probably, definitely, say they were friends. However, that didn't extend to this situation, because Izuku's well-being came before whatever sad, thirsty game Bakugou was playing. He found Bakugou in the library, in hopes that it would stop his explosive classmate from screaming his head off. Bakugou ignored him heroically, until Shudo literally tapped him on the head with his papers. F what? Bakugou snarled. Shudo gave him a cool look. Shouldn't you be nicer to Izuku's friends if you want him to like you? Shudo watched with satisfaction as Bakugou's face filled with rage. Okay, maybe he'd chosen to approach him in the library because he wanted to provoke Bakugou without consequences. Or at least, fewer consequences than usual. Bakugou kind of cared for library rules, which was good enough for Shudo's purposes. Paper crunched beneath Bakugou's fingers. Are you? He trailed off. Giving me advice? Shudo was taken aback. Bakugou's rage suddenly looked a lot more like frustration, and Shudo had inadvertently placed himself as a possible solution. Not wanting to get too involved, he started backing away, but Bakugou's burning hand grabbed his wrist and yanked him closer. Exactly how friendly do we need to get before that nerd F notices me? Bakugou hissed. Shudo declined to say that Izuku was never not noticing Bakugou, because he technically wasn't here to encourage this. Impossible levels of friendly, Shudo said coldly. You should give up. He's obviously not interested. Which might be a lie, and he did feel a tiny bit bad about it. If you'd asked him before the start of the year, he'd have said Izuku had a sort of sad, unrequited crush thing going on for Bakugou. But after the last few months of frankly disgusting flirting, it was strong to believe Izuku was interested if he hadn't picked up on it. But there were still some moments that made Shudo wonder, God, I know, Bakugou groaned, his head thumping onto his homework. Shudo wondered if he'd entered a parallel dimension where Bakugou was capable of basic conversation. Well, Shudo found himself saying, it's not like he doesn't like you. Maybe it's just strong for him to see you like that. Like what? Bakugou growled under his breath. You managed to notice, so I've clearly been obvious enough. Why not just tell him how you feel? Shudo asked, genuinely curious. He wasn't prepared for the look Bakugou gave him. It was full of conflict, longing, and regret, and it punched right through Shudo's icy walls. Really heavy. You got half a brain in there too. There was the Bakugou he knew and detested. But then Bakugou went on with a sigh, you should know better than anyone. You think I deserve to ask him for anything. After all I did. Holy SHT was that Bakugou expressing regret. Sure, maybe it was just regret that his past actions prevented him from getting his pee-pee wet, but it seemed like he actually cared about Izuku's space. Finally, something Shudo could approve of. Definitely not, Shudo said, agreeably. Bakugou just raised a hand in agreement. So you see the problem. I just give up but what? Shudo couldn't resist asking. He'd never forget the heart-rending look Bakugou gave him. I like the too much, he whispered. I keep thinking maybe he just doesn't get it. That if I'm obvious enough, he'll do something to let me know it's okay to make some kind of move but I have no idea what he wants from me, but I just can't give him up without trying. So I'm trying. I've been trying for ever. Somehow, Shudo's hand had landed on Bakugou's shoulder. It wasn't even smacked off. He has that effect on people, Shudo said, his words coming out a little more friendly than he'd intended. Shudo had kicked his own crush on Izuku after their first year, but he was familiar with the feeling. When Izuku's smiles became black holes, pulling you in, crushing you, inescapable but heartbreakingly appealing. Shudo resolved to FaceTime Inesa later that night, and remind himself how lucky he was to actually end up with the person he liked in the end. Don't tell him it. Bakugou just sounded resigned, and Shudo hated how much he sympathized. Look, I just want him to figure out what he wants. Or hell, maybe someday I'll say something but I don't want it to come from some DM and extra. Alright, Shudo agreed readily. He wasn't trying to get involved. If Izuku and Bakugou started dating, he'd have to deal with Bakugou so much more. Good luck with that. F me, Bakugou groaned. No thanks. Todoroki. Bakugou fixed him with a glare, and Shudo found himself grinning. Just go F yourself? I'll get right on that, Shudo laughed, giving Bakugou's shoulder a little pat. Look, for what it's worth. Izuku definitely cares about you. He cares about everyone, Bakugou pointed out. Shudo was drawn in despite himself. Look, I don't want to see you jerking him around I'm not. I know, that's what I'm saying, Shudo hissed, and pulled out a chair and pointedly sat in it. Look, Bakugou. You're a PP, but for whatever reason Izuku likes it. To what? Bakugou's pencil fell from his hand. Shudo may as well have told him All Might was a villain. Shudo sighed, figuring if he was going to do this, he may as well do it all the way. You're repulsive flirting, if you can even call it that. He likes it. Izuku thinks you're being friendly, and for whatever ungodly reason that makes him happy. So don't F it up, okay? He wants to be friends with you. Bakugou's mouth was twitching strangely, and it took Shudo a second to realize he was fighting a genuine smile. Thanks, Bakugou said hoarsely. Don't thank me, Shudo said, moving to get up. He was stopped by Bakugou's sudden, iron grip on his arm. You said I should make friends with Izuku's friends, right? Bakugou's genuine smile was quickly turning sinister. His other friends, Shudo said quickly, and tried to tug his arm away. Bakugou held fast. No, let's be best friends forever, Shudo. I'm horrified, spare me. Todoroki. Bakugou pinned him with a look. I'm studying English, gonna pack it in after the next hour. Study with me. Shudo stared at him, thinking of everything else in his life he'd rather be doing. But then he thought of what it would be like to tell Izuku that he'd studied with Bakugou, and how stupidly happy Izuku would be about it. He sighed, giving in. Only because it'll make Izuku happy. That's the spirit, asshat. Bakugou let go of his arm with a triumphant smirk. Shudo snorted softly. Be nice, or I'll tell Izuku you were a PP and hurt my feelings. He already knows I hurt your feelings, Bakugou scoffed. It's not like it's strong, princess. Ah, but Bakugou, that's the problem. You want him to think you're nice. That's not nice, Kaken, Shudo murmured, straight-faced. Bakugou growled, clearly torn between his dire need to insult Shudo and the hope that maybe Izuku would finally notice him. Shudo definitely hadn't expected to end up encouraging Bakugou, but there was no reason he couldn't torment him too while he was at it. Fine, Bakugou hissed, his teeth grinding. Sorry, Todoroki. I forgive you, Kaken. Bakugou's groan of pent-up fury was music to his ears. Yes, this was going to be fun. Nito was on cloud 9. He'd asked Kendo out, and she'd agreed to go on one date with him. Well, more specifically, he'd asked if she wanted to study over coffee, And she'd said probably. Which was basically a yes, and coffee was basically a date. The only thing that could make this better was if he could lord it over someone from Class 3A. Nito wasn't an idiot. He knew it would only work if it was someone who had been on fewer dates than him. Which technically might not be easy, but that was just because Nito had standards. Not because no one wanted to go out with him. Ah, perfection. Midoriya was walking down the hallway, obviously lost in thought. Nito scuttled over so he'd be in his way, and threw an arm against the wall to effectively barricade Midoriya's path. "Oh look, it's Midoriya," Nito sang out. "Hi, Monoma," Midoriya said politely and made to scoot around him. Nito scooted too, and didn't miss the flash of irritation on Midoriya's face. "Oh my, you've never had a date, have you?" Nito purred, and let the condescension drip from his words. Midoriya blushed, taking a step back. I need to get to class," he waved awkwardly. Nito laughed at his awkwardness and mimicked his stupid hand waving. "I'm going out with the appealing kendo, but you wouldn't know what that's like, would you?" he crowed. Congratulations," Midoriya said, pulling a face. Nito snorted so strong his nose hurt. "That's right. A plain-faced nerd like you would never get a date as appealing as I did. No one's ever going to love you. In fact, you'll probably never even dash." Nito's words cut off suddenly as something hot grabbed the back of his head and slammed him face-first into a locker. He shouted in alarm as his nose blossomed in pain. He tried to JRK back but couldn't move. Whatever was holding him down was hellishly strong. As he struggled, he heard Midoriya's voice exclaiming, "Kaken, what are you doing?" Bakugo's gravelly voice came from behind Nito. He was the typical Class 3A Neanderthal, and Nito would have said as much if he wasn't smushed against the locker. "Oh this," Bakugou went on, giving Nito's head a little shake. "I just saw a bug and I squashed it." I think that's Monoma," Midoriya protested, sounding a little concerned. "Also he thinks," Bakugou hummed, and suddenly Nito could feel his breath on the back of his neck as Bakugou leaned in to look at him closely. All his hairs stood on end. "Nah, it's definitely some sort of gross insect," Bakugou said slowly, as if he'd thought really strong about it. Nito reminded himself of the time he'd thrown one of Bakugou's explosions in his face. It was a treasured memory, very useful for keeping up his spirit in times like this. "You should let him go, I think." Midoriya didn't sound certain, which proved that he was a horrible person along with the rest of his classmates. "Listen up, asswipe," Bakugou snapped, and Nito wasn't sure if he was talking to him or Midoriya. "I don't know what all this dipshit was saying to you, but it's stupid. Anyone would lucky to be with you, got it?" That was probably not directed at Nito. He could practically hear the blush on Midoriya's stupid round face as he replied, "Oh really? Kaken, are you He trailed off. "What?" Bakugou practically shouted. Nito watched the ground, half expecting to see BLD drop from his nose. He could only hope this hell would be over soon. "I mean, are you trying to cheer me up?" Midoriya sounded pathetically hopeful. "Whatever," Bakugou huffed, leaning on the back of Nito's head like he was a lamppost. Nito's nose smarted, making his eyes water from pain. He heard Midoriya give a small, happy laugh. "Kaken, don't get mad, but are we, becoming friends?" Suddenly, the pressure on the back of his head was gone, and Nito slumped to the floor, limp as an overcooked noodle. He flinched when Bakugou shouted, "The F?" "Sorry, Midoriya looked devastated. "Of course we're friends, you but," Bakugou snapped, kicking at Nito's leg for emphasis. "Ow," Nito mumbled, trying to get his bearings and check if his nose was bleeding. "Oh, you're still there," Bakugou sneered, looking down at him. His eyes were shadowed black under his hair, and he looked like a demon. Nito summoned up a sneer. "I'm reporting you for this." Who said Nito wasn't brave? He wasn't afraid to talk back to Bakugou. Midoriya was staring at Bakugou, eyes round as saucers, ignoring Nito completely. "Friends? Really?" "I just said we're friends," Bakugou huffed, his head snapping back to the nerd. "Haven't we been friends?" To Nito's surprise, Midoriya flushed crimson. I wasn't sure, so I guess we are since you said so, and that makes me really happy to hear, Kaken. I mean, I used to think we'd never be friends again. I really thought you didn't like me and dash, nerd. Bakugou snapped. Quit the muttering, Christ. I just meant that can't you tell? I hoped, Midoriya murmured, then looked up at Bakugou, eyes swimming. You really mean it? Yes, Bakugou growled. Then staggered backward when Midoriya launched himself at him like a green, teary-eyed missile and wrapped his arms around Bakugou's waist. Bakugou looked like someone had handed him a live bomb. His face actually panicked. Strange. Nito wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but something important was happening. I'm happy, Midoriya sobbed into Bakugou's tea. Then, inexplicably and shockingly, Nito saw all the harshness drain out of Bakugou's face, leaving only soft affection. He lowered his head, face nearly brushing Midoriya's bird's nest of hair, his outstretched arms beginning to move to embrace Midoriya. So that's what it was. What, you guys in love or something? Nito scoffed. Midoriya jerked away from Bakugou like he'd touched a live wire. Nito expected Bakugou to come after him, and he was already halfway to his feet and ready to run. But he was wrong. Bakugou just stared at Midoriya, watching the way the happy blush faded to ghost white shock. I'm so sorry. I overstepped. Midoriya babbled, then turned and sprinted off down the hall. Bakugou watched him run off, frozen in place. Nito pulled himself to his feet, smirking uncontrollably. He's never gonna want you back, Nito said nastily. Bakugou rounded on him, he actually looked hurt. Nito saw the weak spot and went in for the kill. It's obvious, honestly. I can't believe you'd even imagine you could get him to like you, what with all of this. He waved a careless hand at Bakugou's entire persona. I'll kill you, Bakugou snarled, explosions engulfing both hands. This is why Midoriya hates you, Nito scoffed, backing away slowly. Bakugou's face darkened as rage twisted his features. The explosions burning in his palms threw shadows across his face, making him look even more demonic than usual. Monoma. Start running. He sounded like a feral dog. Nito knew when he'd bit off more than he could chew, so he turned and hightailed it down the hallway with Bakugou howling behind him. It had taken until the second year for Izuku to convince Yuga to eat with him on occasion. They'd become close friends over time, as Yuga could understand some of Izuku's struggles. The difficulty of dealing with a body that couldn't handle what you asked of it, the frustration of being hurt by your own efforts to improve. At some point, Izuku had started seeking him out when he needed time away from all the other pressures of his life. Yuga was always prepared for some self-indulgence, so they'd watch every Princess Diaries movie, or take endless personality quizzes online. Izuku would sulk if he didn't get All Might, or eat the very complex charcuterie boards Yuga liked to prepare. Today they were having a picnic lunch together outside, and Yuga had prepared an extensive menu of French cuisine. Izuku nibbled on a piece of goat cheese, looking at his assignment from their class. Sherry, Yuga said, tug the papers away. Take a break for once. But I still haven't finished all the prep, Izuku pouted, tugging back. Can you believe psychic application deadlines are only in a few months? I can't believe how quickly time went. All the more reason to rest when you can, Yuga pointed out. Besides, I know for a fact you finished your quirk write-up last week. And then finished rewriting it 4 days ago, and the third rewrite last night. You have a point. Of course I do, Yuga sang out, then caught sight of Bakugou. There was no reason for him to be outside during lunch PRD, except for Izuku. Yuga braced himself. Oh, Bakugou. I see you are visiting our magnifique lunch. Bakugou walked up, staring Yuga down with the strangest expression. Oyama. That food, he ground out, then pointed at the table. Looks nice. Izuku stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Yuga picked up the slack. Why, of course. We only prepare the best. I can tell. Bakugou grunted. Yuga was surprised by how much more handsome he looked when he wasn't screaming. Hi Kaken, Izuku said, recovering from his surprise. Want to eat with us? Already ate? Bakugou said shortly. Yuga wondered if he was having trouble speaking without swearing. Just wanted to give you something. He held out a red folder, and when Izuku failed to take it, he dropped it on the blanket. What is it? Sit down, Yuga said, trying to somehow smooth out this awkward conversation. To his surprise, Bakugou plopped down on a free spot on the checkered blanket. Yuga gave him a welcoming smile. Have some cheese. Bakugou picked up a piece of cheese and looked at it doubtfully. It's pepperjack, Yuga said. A very basic cheese, but with enough spice that even you might like it. Bakugou ate it slowly, thoughtfully, then licked his fingers clean absent-mindedly. A little too slowly to be believable, but Yuga saw the way Izuku stared at his mouth. Neither of them were anything close to subtle at this point. Yuga sighed. "That's not bad," Bakugou said, moving to stand. "Well, I gotta go help my slacker friends with some SHT before next PRD. See ya." Wait, what's this? Izuku shoved the soft cheese-covered cracker he'd been eating in his mouth, in favor of holding up the red folder. Bakugou crouched back down. "Don't F-in show people," he said, flicking a glance at Yuga. "I was just thinking about Quirk SHT from all the prep stuff, and I know you like that stuff. And I had ideas about yours, so—" "Oh," Izuku said reverently, and looked down at the folder like it contained the secrets to the universe. "Thought you'd like it," Bakugou mumbled. Then he reached out, and thumbed a crumb away from the corner of Izuku's mouth. "Quit eating like F toddler, dumbass." Izuku made a weird wheezing noise that sounded vaguely affirmative. Yuga resisted the urge to facepalm. Bakugou waited a moment longer as if hoping Izuku might say something, but Izuku was clearly incapable of further speech. "Later, losers," Bakugou said finally, but his voice was light. Yuga didn't even try talking to Izuku until Bakugou was out of sight. "Izuku, Sherry," he said, slowly. Izuku's head turned towards him in jerky motions. "Yes," he said robotically. "Are you alright? You look a little pale." Yuga wasn't exaggerating, Izuku looked absolutely ghostly. "He gave me hero analysis," Izuku said numbly, and opened the folder. It held a stack of paper, covered in small type. Izuku's lower lip trembled. "He gave me his analysis of my quirk. Is he making fun of you again?" Yuga wasn't going to fight Bakugou about it, but he would give him very shady looks across the campus if necessary. "Not about this," Izuku's lower lip quivered. "I thought it was all teasing or making fun of me, but this is serious." He looked down at the folder. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "He said he thought I'd like it. He knows how much this stuff means to me. I'm starting to think that, There was a long pause. "Yes?" Yuga prompted him. Izuku shook his head slightly. "Yuga, you're, you know about love stuff, right?" "I'm an expert in all things appealing and romantic," Yuga waved a hand. Whether that was true or not was unimportant. He did actually have experience dating, being one of the few who actually bothered to date outside of their class, or even outside of UA for that matter. "What do you think Kaken is doing?" Izuku said nervously, hugging the folder. "Ignoring everything else. Like, if it wasn't me and was someone else, don't you think it looks like, Flirting," Yuga supplied helpfully, and patted Izuku's shoulder. He'd have said love, but he had the feeling Izuku would shut that down too quickly. Flirting was a nice middle ground. "Yeah?" Izuku said shakily. "What do I do?" "Sherry," Yuga sighed artfully. "There is only one thing you can do in this situation." "What?" Izuku finally looked hopeful, so Yuga gave him his best smile. "Flirt back." Izuku's face fell. "He'll kill me." "False," Yuga sang out and twirled one finger in the air. "People only flirt if they want you to flirt back, my dear, sweet boy. Trust me on this." "But that would mean," Izuku trailed off, having a strong time finishing the thought. "There's no way he likes me." Yuga took mercy on him. He could sympathize, just the thought of flirting with Bakugou made him want to move several countries away. But then, Bakugou's obvious affection for Izuku was pretty DMN sparkling, so Yuga wanted to encourage it. Even if it just meant helping Izuku get up the courage to meet Bakugou on his level. "Well, I don't know about that. But you know, flirting doesn't have to mean anything," Yuga winked. "Sometimes it's just fun. Poor Bakugou has been flirting this whole time, and you never returned it. He is probably waiting for you to flirt back." "Sounds fake," Izuku grumbled. Yuga thought back to several group chats he'd been in with Kaminari. "And what's the rest of the phrase?" "Sounds fake, but okay," Izuku supplied with a groan. Kaminari got to you with the meme talk, didn't he? A modern man must be aware of current social trends, Yuga said vaguely. To his gratification, Izuku finally cracked a smile. Maybe I will try it. But if it goes badly, I'm going to move into your dorm and live under your bed. Dacard, but you'll have to move my collection of vintage sport coats out of the way. And then I'll never talk to anyone again. And also wear a bag over my head for the rest of my life, and also change my name and maybe move to a new city. Or country. Izuku poked viciously at some brie with a knife. Yuga said a silent prayer for the mangled cheese. I'm so proud of your drama, Yuga told Izuku, putting the cheese out of his mind. So, do you think you're brave enough to try it? Maybe. Izuku stabbed the brie again, making Yuga wince. Look, even if it doesn't work out how you want it to, it's not like he can say anything about it. Just tell him to keep it in his pants if he doesn't want you flirting back. I literally cannot say that, ever, Izuku snorted. But I get the idea. And I'll try it. Just a bit. Maybe. Go stuck your man. Yuga told him and reached for the stick of salami. He waved it in the air, giving Izuku a knowing smile. If you never try, you'll never get any salami. I'm leaving, Izuku groaned, turning delightfully pink. He didn't leave though, and they enjoyed the picnic right up until the bell rang. Yuga noticed the way he carefully put the red folder in his backpack, treating it like a priceless artifact more than a pile of papers. Denki always got away with a lot more than everyone else did where Katsuki is concerned. He figured it was due to a healthy mix of his natural charm and having Aijuru on permaguard dog duty. How many times had Eiji blocked a killing blow from Katsuki for him? Countless times. The man was a saint. A gorgeous, red-headed, abs of steel kind of saint. But Denki digressed. He was the first one to get away with calling Katsuki Kaken, outside of Midoriya, and probably the first to accurately diagnose his personality as steaming garbage, or something like that. And while Katsuki might have gone dumpster diving for his attitude, the man could cook. More specifically, he could cook loudly, so whenever Denki heard screaming from the dorm's kitchen, he made sure to go down and sample whatever Katsuki had going on. Today looked like some kind of soup, and while it was great for the chilly late winter days, he wasn't really in the mood for soup. Fried rice would be better, maybe? Yo Kats, he called. Katsuki grunted, which was a very friendly greeting. Encouraged, Denki trotted over to peer around Katsuki's shoulder. Just soup, he pouted. XFQ's you? Katsuki glared down at him, clearly irritated but trying to rein it in. Denki felt like antagonizing him today, though. Soup's boring, Denki sighed theatrically. Honestly, why can't you make something good? Like stir-fry or curry or dash, a soupy ladle smacked the top of his head. Pikachu? Katsuki said, smiling sweetly. But sweet smiles were a prelude to homicide, as far as Katsuki was concerned. Denki said, backing up. Katsuki grabbed his shirt and yanked him back in, tilting his head. His eyes were squinting with how much he was freakishly smiling. I'm going to chop you up and use your bones as soup stock if you so much as breath another goddamn word of sass in my kitchen, got it? Denki breathed out. He hoped Aijuru would put something cool on his headstone. He wanted his name with little lightning emojis, but Eiji said you can't put emojis on headstones and Denki wanted to know why not, and suddenly Katsuki had dropped the front of his shirt. Good, Katsuki nodded, wiping his hands like Denki was dirty. Well, he did have soup in his hair, but that was Katsuki's fault, not his. The culprit was giving him a frighteningly evaluating look. Well, I supposed even you can be useful. Even me. Denki was instantly indignant. Katsuki scoffed and held up a spoonful of soup. Taste test? Denki obediently opened his mouth and was blessed with possibly the best chicken soup he'd had in his life. He moaned in pleasure and gave Katsuki a double thumbs up. Katsuki said, and glared at his soup like it had half-assed the sports festival finale fight. Not good enough. For what? Denki demanded in outrage. That soup was perfect. Was Denki's opinion not worthy for some reason? He was a seasoned Bakugou taste tester by this point. Oh, Deku's sick, Katsuki said offhandedly. Denki blinked at him. Of course it was for Midoriya. Katsuki was off in his own world now, stirring the soup pensively. Does he even like soup? I never see him eat soup, but he always eats whatever fatty SHT he feels like. No wonder he gets sick with a diet like that. I wonder if he'd like salad if I made it with? He trailed off murmuring. Great, Denki huffed, crossing his arms. What? Katsuki glared at him, angry about having his train of thought derailed. You're not gonna let me have any if it's for your precious nerd, Denki sulked. Whatever happened to brothers before hoes? He waited to get soup ladled on the head again, but Katsuki just gave him a flat look and pulled open the refrigerator. Denki's jaw hit the floor. Outside of his classmates' few items, the fridge was packed with containers of soup. All neatly labeled, rows and rows filling every spare space in the fridge. You can have one of the reject ones, Katsuki sighed, running a hand through his hair. I'm stupid, I know. Just shut up. I didn't say anything. Then quit thinking. Bro, you know I barely think. That. As if rewarding him for the joke, Katsuki carefully selected one of the reject soup containers and handed it to Denki. 1 minute in the microwave, then take it out and stir. Then back in for another 30 seconds. Repeat until it's warm. Thanks, Mom, Denki grinned, clutching his prize. In a fit of bravery, he kissed Katsuki on the cheek then flat out sprinted from the room, enjoying the sound of shrieking behind him. The other great thing about Katsuki cooking was that he wouldn't abandon his food, which meant Denki was safe. For now. He just needed to stick close by Aijuru until Katsuki forgot he was mad about it. Everyone had soup for lunch the next day. Even Katsuki couldn't justify giving Izuku what must be over 15 gallons of soup total, so the reject soups were distributed amongst 3. As it was, Izuku was presented with whatever Katsuki had deemed to be the prime soup option. They all tasted the same to Denki. But Denki was emotionally invested in this soup thing now, so he followed Katsuki on his now frequent stop by the loser table. Once Ida had called it that, the name was official. Ida wasn't amused but everyone else was, and that's all that mattered. The loser table was full today, so Katsuki squatted down at the end and stared at Midoriya. Midoriya, who was bundled up in a puffy sweater and a scarf, his eyes bleary and nose runny. Denki had to admit he was kind of cute, but in a very germ-ridden way. Maybe if you tried sleeping instead of watching All Might videos until 2 a.m. you'd feel better, Katsuki was saying. Midoriya sipped some soup, and astral projected right out of the conversation. Pointed. Katsuki said, snapping in front of his face. Midoriya blinked, slowly turning to look at Katsuki. The poor guy looked really out of it. Soup is nice, Midoriya said vaguely. Uraraka looked at her friend with concern. Midoriya was sounding like Denki after a major discharge, but Katsuki looked like he'd just won a F medal. That's right, it's the best diamond soup you'll ever have, Katsuki grinned. Can't have you falling behind 'cause you're sick? That seemed to wake Midoriya up, and he looked at Katsuki with wide, alarmed eyes. Kaken. I won't fall behind you. I'm going to surpass you. Denki tensed for a moment. He'd heard 1,000 iterations of this conversation, all of which ended in shouting. And, predictably, this one ended with shouting too. Fat chance of that if you keep eating CRP all the time. Katsuki shouted, shooting up and leaning over the table. Do none of your idiot friends take care of your pathetic sick butt? Actually we do, Uraraka said faintly. She looked like she didn't want to be involved, and Denki really didn't blame her. Katsuki scoffed loudly. Sure, cheeks. You can start by making sure Deku eats goddamn right. He dropped a large, insulated bag on the table with a loud thunk. This is enough soup for 3 days. Tell me if he gets sicker. There was a pause while Katsuki seemed to consider leaving. With a sigh, he pointed at Izuku. Shitty freckles. Make sure you get well soon so I can kick your butt. Midoriya grinned at him with sleepy, half-lidded eyes. I thought you said they weren't shitty, Kaken? Katsuki froze, a faint blush creeping up his neck. Sick Midoriya was merciless, though. You like them, Midoriya went on, managing to simultaneously look half-dead and very smug. One hand emerged from his sweater to poke his own cheek. You think they're nice? Not shitty. Katsuki made a weird choking noise, looking more shocked than Denki had ever seen him. Denki nudged him, breaking him out of his frozen state. Maybe. F you, Katsuki stammered, then turned and stormed away, his broad shoulders hunched up around his ears. Denki didn't know whether to laugh or cry about what a mess his friend was, but he resolved to do something nice for Katsuki later, even if it just meant giving up tormenting him for the evening. He was clearly suffering enough already. Thanks for the soup, Kaken, Midoriya murmured after him, looking strangely happy despite being cursed at. He says you're welcome, Denki announced, because it was probably true. Then he waved goodbye to the loser table and followed after Katsuki, mentally cataloging the entire encounter so he could tell Aijiro everything about it. Looks like your nose is broken, Shio said, prodding at the student's nose gently. Bakugou Katsuki glowered down at her, but at least he knew better than to talk back to her by now. Outside of his nose, his face sported a couple scrapes, and a bruise was blossoming on his cheek. Dude, really? Kirishima said, hovering close by. That's nuts, man. This is different from your usual injuries, Chio told him gently, trying to catch Bakugou's eyes. She was well versed in what injuries students typically got, and Bakugou had come in for his fair share. He'd gotten stress fractures in his arms and hands far too many times. Almost as bad as the Midoriya kid. Still, facial injuries were rare for Bakugou, and she always made sure the cause wasn't anything the faculty needed to be concerned about. What happened? Hit a building, Bakugou said, looking off to the side. His lower lip jutted out as he sulked. Got distracted? Chio could smell the evasiveness a mile away. She'd unfortunately become very familiar with this class, and Bakugou was known for his laser focus. Despite herself, she was getting worried. Distractions are dangerous for heroes, she chided. What happened? Nothing, Bakugou huffed and turned his head to the other side to stare somewhere out the window. Don't worry about it. What happened, Bakugou? Chiyo's insistence wasn't working on Bakugou, but Kirishima was a different matter entirely. Someone complimented him while he was flying around, and he was so shook that he smacked face first into a building, Kirishima supplied helpfully. Chiyo blinked. Kirishima was always helpful to have nearby when Bakugou was injured, but this was still unexpected. Dude, Bakugou protested, almost sounding whiny. Bro, it was hilarious, Kirishima grinned, absolutely radiating positive energy. He was all dash, Bakugou smacked a hand over Kirishima's mouth, looking absolutely murderous. Despite herself, Chio relaxed. So it wasn't anything she needed to worry about, but she couldn't resist a teachable moment. Bakugou, you know it's crucial that heroes maintain their focus, especially ones with destructive abilities like yours. I know, he hissed, glaring at both her and Kirishima in turn. It's not going to happen again. Just caught me off guard. Make sure of that, Chio nodded sagely. Alright, let me fix you up. One peck on the nose later, and Bakugou was all set. She put some tape over it just for extra support and gave him supplies to keep his scrapes disinfected. Thanks, recovery girl, he grunted. Chio sighed fondly, unable to resist giving the young man some advice. She wasn't blind, after all. Bakugou, hero relationships can be complicated. Make sure you do some research on the difficulties you may face. Dude, she's right, you totally should dash, Kirishima began, but Bakugou cut him off. You're right, I'll look into it. He sounded serious, to Chio's surprise. So manly, Kirishima sighed happily, then hurriedly followed Bakugou out of the room. Please explain it again, Izuku sighed, letting his forehead hit the textbook. Momo shuffled some papers, her brow furrowed. Ochako was already half asleep on her papers. Maybe we should go back to reviewing the formula, Momo pointed out. Did you do the practice questions we talked about last week? Kyoka watched guilt take over Izuku's typically innocent face. I tried, he mumbled. Ah, that's okay then, Momo smiled at him, and Kyoka smacked her hand on the table. Lies. It's all lies. They both stared at her in shock, and Ochako's head shot up. Kyoka grinned at them. Izuku, did you really? Or did you take advantage of Momo's wonderful tutoring and then blow off her recommendations? Maybe dash, love, you're doing even worse than he is, Momo giggled. You can't talk. But I would never lie to you about it, Kyoka said sweetly. Besides, I'm very interested in what has Izuku all distracted. No, you're not, Ochako said wearily, but Kyoka hushed her. Fine, Ochako said, but just remember you asked for this. Izuku stared at them all for a moment, then picked up his backpack. Okay, you promise not to laugh. Or tell anyone. We promise, Kyoka said solemnly, and Momo nodded. Ochako was already likely sworn in. Giving them one last stern look, Izuku pulled a huge binder out of his backpack and dropped it on the table. Then another one that was half the size, and topped it off with a red paper folder. Why do I suspect that's not math? Kyoka said slowly. Izuku looked at her with dead eyes. I've gone insane. Izuku, should we go to the infirmary? Momo started, but Kyoka put a hand on her arm. This, Izuku pointed at the red folder, is analysis of my quirk by the student named Bakugou Katsuki. Ah, Kyoka said, just stopping herself from adding he finally gave it to you. She and Kirishima had been hyping Bakugou up to it for a good few days before it actually happened. Kirishima had cried a little after they'd sent Bakugou off. That's nice of him, she added, trying to keep a straight face. Yeah, Izuku said softly, one hand brushing the folder tenderly. Then he shook his head. So I thought it would be nice if I did the same for him, so I started to transcribe all my notes on his quirk. He has talked about literally nothing else for days, Ochako supplied. Kyoka noticed the bags under her eyes for the first time. Oh no. She'd forgotten how obsessive Izuku could get about things. Izuku held up the massive binder and gave them all a terrifying smile. This is what I've put together in the last week. Okay, Kyoka said slowly. She knew how bad Bakugou had it for Izuku, but this was still a lot. She wasn't sure how Bakugou would react to this level of dedication. Izuku looked at her, a crazed aura gathering around him. I know, he said, and this isn't even all of it. So obviously I can't give this to him because I will look like an insane stalker, but I was talking Yuga and he says I should probably be doing what Kaken is doing, meet him on his level or whatever, and he thinks Kaken is flirting, so obviously I have to flirt back, but I do not know how, and I tried one thing and Kaken broke his nose and dash. Izuku, Momo cut in, it's okay. Izuku's mouth snapped shut. Sorry. I've been kind of out of it lately. No, I'm interested, Kyoka said, staring at Izuku. She'd heard about the nose thing from Bakugou, but he flat out refused to tell her what exactly had happened. Kirishima had gotten an explosion to the head when he'd attempted to fill in the blanks, so Kyoka was left in the dark. Let's go back to the broken nose thing. What did you say to Bakugou that made him hit a building? Oh, I don't know, Izuku blushed, looking down. He said he got stung by a bee. As if Bakugou hadn't fought through worse pain than that countless times, but Kyoka wasn't going to say that. Okay, I'm sure he did. But what did you say right before he was stung by a bee? I just said his new move was cool, Izuku said evasively. Thankfully, Momo was quick on the uptake. But show us how you said it. Fine, Izuku shrugged. Only if you guys help me with, he waved at the pile of binders, this? Tell us, Kyoka said, leaning in. Izuku flushed, but squared his shoulders. Fine. I was trying to fix my costume, 'cause Mina's acid had just melted a huge chunk of it off, and I saw Kaken doing an alternate version of his one gauntlet mid-air velocity adjustment dash. Izuku, what did you say? Kyoka said, knowing this circling the hero analysis storm drain. Izuku shot her a petulant look. I just said Kaken, that move is so cool. He blushed strong, then added, and then I did this. He made a heart with both hands, and coupled with the kind of bright smile moths would die for. So demon bright even Mothra would perish for that light. I see, Kyoka said, choking down a laugh. Too bad Bakugou got stung by a bee before he could reply. Momo sighed, giving Kyoka a reproving look. Izuku, Bakugou was obviously distracted by your adorable heart thing. I'm sure he was using the bee sting as an excuse. Now tell us about your binder problems. Izuku held up the second binder. Well, I've been researching how to flirt. And that's his flirting research binder, Ochako cut in, rubbing her face. Flirting analysis for the future. Look, it says it on the front. And so it did, in neat handwriting with green and orange markers. If Kyoka had any doubts about how Izuku felt, they were gone now. Oh no, Kyoka said, and Momo took it from Izuku, opening it. "Oh yes," Ochako said, a little smugly, clearly happy that other people had to share her pain in witnessing this travesty. Momo flipped through the pages, eyebrows raised. "You have cited sources in the back." "He does," Ochako confirmed, as Izuku blushed hopelessly. "I've never flirted with someone before." He protested. "I don't know what to do. What if I do it wrong?" "You should just do whatever Bakugou does," Kyoka grinned. "Try taking off your shirt in front of him and see how it goes." "I'd rather die," Izuku said faintly. "Me too," Ochako added. "It's not the worst idea," Momo said under her breath, still looking through the binder. Kyoka pulled out her phone and discreetly sent a text to one Bakugou Katsuki, informing him that he should come and join their math study group. More specifically, she sent their location and the message, "Poor Izuku needs help with math. Do you know anyone good at it?" She gave it 10 minutes max before Bakugou showed up. It actually took 20 minutes. 20 long minutes of looking through Izuku's flirting binder. There was a section for pickup lines, for dates, for how to ask someone out, for jokes specifically about explosions, lines about both red eyes and blonde hair, racy flirting, subtle flirting, what kind of flirting to do when. It was terrifyingly organized, and despite how thorough it was, Izuku clearly was at a loss. "And I still have no idea how to act," Izuku sighed. "You guys said you'd help?" "I'm sticking with the shirtless thing," Kyoka, crossing her arms. Momo nodded sagely. "What shirtless thing?" The door to the study room swung open, revealing Bakugou in all his questionable glory. He was wearing an oversized black sweatshirt, tape over his nose, and the rainbow headband. Kyoka could admit it was a little cute. He strolled in, holding a stack of textbooks and a little paper bag. Izuku stared at him in shock for about 3 seconds, then grabbed the binder from Momo and slammed it shut. Then, still panicked, hurriedly tried to grab the rest of his things and hide them from Bakugou before he could see the contents. Poor thing. Kyoka would feel worse about it if she hadn't seen Bakugou shirtless for no reason about 800 times in the last 6 months. "No shirtless thing," Izuku said quickly, managing to look incredibly suspicious. "What a shame," Bakugou said, shamelessly staring at Izuku's torso in a way Izuku monumentally failed to notice. Ochako sighed very, very loudly. She was Izuku's closest friend, and Kyoka could only imagine how many times she'd been through this already. "What are you doing here?" Ochako just sounded tired. "Ers said some dumbass needed math help," Bakugou said, glaring at Kyoka. "Oops. She'd definitely be hearing about this later. But since Yaoyuruzu's here, I think maybe someone was just F with me?" He snapped the last few words out. "Ah, so sad. I guess you'll have to go then. No one needs you here. Gosh, imagine that." Ochako's voice was artfully bland. Bakugou gave her an equally bland look, and dropped the paper bag on the table, pushing it towards her like bargaining chips. "You sure you don't need these?" He paused for dramatic effect. "Snacks?" Ochako stared at the snacks like she hadn't eaten in weeks. "I am currently reconsidering my earlier statement," she said primly, one hand reaching out. Bakugou grabbed the bag back and looked at the study group with disdain. "Too late," he scoffed, chin tilted up in pure arrogance. "I'm clearly not needed, so neither are my, what was it? Strawberry mochi snacks." Izuku looked like he was about to combust. "I need you." Izuku burst out. Snacks." Then he grabbed the nearest binder and hid behind it, practically steaming. Bakugou froze, his hands going slack as he accidentally dropped the stack of books on the table with a loud bang. The paper bag fell over, and various snacks rolled out. Ochako snatched up the mochi ones before Bakugou could react. In all her years interning as a hero, Kyoka had never seen something crash and burn so magnificently. Momo snuck a hand onto her leg under the table, and Kyoka intertwined their fingers. She was glad they could witness this wreckage together. Whenever she felt stupid for being too afraid to ask out Momo for so long, she just thought of Bakugou and Izuku and instantly felt better. Bakugou stared into space for a few seconds longer, before blinking rapidly and apparently pulling himself together with Herculean effort. He dropped into a chair, leaned across the table, and tugged the binder now to get a look at Izuku's poor, crimson face. "Oh, you need me, do you?" Bakugou grinned sharply, clearly completely recovered. Snacks, Izuku said weakly, and pointedly looked away to where Ochako was stuffing her face. Maybe if you're the one explaining it, Izuku will actually pay attention, Momo said lightly. Kyoka cheered her on internally. Momo. Izuku shrieked, abruptly coming back to life. Bakugou glowed at the implication, then abruptly grabbed the binder from Izuku's hands. Let's see what you're working on. Oh no. In a sudden burst of movement, Izuku snatched the Flirtonomicon back from Bakugou's hands. But they were hero students and Bakugou had spent years honing his reflexes. Just as quickly, he grabbed the other, thicker binder while Izuku was busy recovering the first one. Izuku looked just about ready to die on the spot, attempting to grab it back almost immediately. Tragically, he was too slow. Bakugou jerked away, tilting back in his chair back on two legs with an ease born of years of delinquency, effectively winning the game of keep away. He managed to open the binder above his head, keeping it out of reach of a worked-up Izuku. What's this? He grinned, delighted and just a little maniacal. Give it back. Izuku protested. He was completely ignored. Then Bakugou's grin fell straight off his face. The hell is this? Is this about me? Izuku stammered, looking distraught. Since you gave me that thing I thought I'd do the same for you. He trailed off into incoherent mumbling. Bakugou stared at him, then the binder, then back to Izuku and Kyoka was starting to get worried. Bakugou's aggression towards Izuku had fallen off sharply in their second year, and his teasing was mostly harmless now. But he wasn't always the nicest person, and she was worried he wouldn't pick up on just how sensitive Izuku was about this in particular. You made this for? Bakugou sounded confused. Kyoka held her breath. I wanted to do something nice for you, Izuku mumbled, looking at the table. He looked like he was torn between knocking himself out on the table via faceplant, or straight up sprinting out of the room. Deku, Bakugou started to say, leaning forwards. But the movement unbalanced his weight, and suddenly his chair was irreparably imbalanced. Kyoka watched in horror as he toppled backward, crashing to the floor as the binder flew in the air. In a suspiciously quirk-like flash of green, Izuku snatched the binder out of the air and clutched it to his feet. Bakugou laid on the ground, sputtering and furious. Smooth, Bakugou. Real smooth, Kyoka couldn't help but say. Momo shot her a look and helped the poor guy to his feet. Then she used creation to make him an ice pack. Her girlfriend was literally the coolest. Don't think I didn't see you save that binder instead of me, Bakugou growled at Izuku, stiffly picking up his chair and sitting in it. Sorry, Izuku mumbled. It's just not finished yet and it better not be. Bakugou snapped. Izuku flinched, but Bakugou went right on talking. You've known me for 14 years and you only have one binder. The entire table stared at him. Bakugou leaned back with a huff and crossed his arms. Give it to me when you're done. I want to see it. Oh, Izuku said, his entire aura changing from gloom to delight in about 3 milliseconds. I will, Kaken. Is there any chance we're going to go over the assignments, or should I go find Tenya? Ochako sighed, raising a tired hand. She'd already eaten all the snacks, and apparently that meant she was out of patience. Izuku offered Bakugou his textbook, and they actually got to work, to Kyoka's surprise. To be completely fair, Izuku did pay more attention to Bakugou than he did to Momo. Kyoka doubted he was learning much though, judging by the wistful expression on his face every time Bakugou looked down at the textbooks to explain something. Aizawa was sitting on the edge of his bed, carefully composing a loving text to send to Denki. It had about an equal number of words to emojis, and he was searching for the perfect gif to send it off with. He was so absorbed in this he entirely missed the thuds of someone running down the hallway. Then his door was flung open with a wordless scream, so loud Aizawa fumbled his phone and accidentally sent the text before he was ready. He didn't have time to bemoan his fate, because Katsuki stood panting in the entrance of his room, eyes wild and hands clenched. He shouted. Deku said he needs me. Dude, I was in the middle of dash. What does it mean? Katsuki wailed at maximum volume and threw himself forward, landing face-first on Aizawa's bed. So it was going to be one of those nights. Aizawa sent a quick, explanatory text to Denki and turned around just in time to see Katsuki grab one of his pillows, stuff his face in it, and just scream. Aijiro got up, shut the door, sat back down, and carefully patted the still screaming Katsuki on his back. "Let it all out, buddy," Aijiro said. His words were drowned out by Katsuki's shouting, which was only slightly muffled by the pillow. Yeah, it was going to be a long night. The woman screamed hellishly, then was promptly ripped in half by a sheep. Hanta was impressed by the entrails they'd managed to cook up on such a low budget. "This is literally the worst movie I've ever seen," Mina cackled, popping more popcorn in her mouth. "Ida's gonna make us stop when the nerds arrive," Hanta sighed, and picked up the back of the DVD case. "I want to get to the government experiments part." "Whatever," Katsuki scoffed. "I've seen this before. Some guy gets his pee-pee bit off, and you know Ida's gonna hurl if he has to watch it." And Mina rolled her eyes. "I'm not gonna clean up after that. Guys." Uraraka's whine was loud across the common room. "You started without us." "As movie emcee, I exercised my right to start when you guys were late," Hanta proclaimed, patting his tea. "I wanted to be the movie." Denki whined, and artfully slouched across half the couch and all of Aijiro's lap. "No one wants to watch 27 Dresses for the 27th time, asshat," Katsuki snapped. "I would watch it," Aijiro said unhelpfully, and earned an exasperated sigh from Katsuki. "Which is why a man of taste had to take up the crown of movie Hanta supplied. On the screen, someone was cutting off their leg to get it away from where one of the feral sheep had grabbed it through the fence. BLD spurted in increasingly unlikely ways. Uraraka pointed at the screen and stared at him meaningfully. "And that is taste," Uraraka said, her voice dripping with skepticism. "No, but that is hilarious," Mina grinned at her. On screen a herd of sheep ran across a field to the tune of ominous music. "But we can watch something else once everyone gets here." On cue, Ida and Todoroki walked in. "No Momo?" Uraraka asked them. "She and Kyoka are going out for date night," Todoroki shrugged. Then he bent over the back of the couch and put a clearly freezing hand on one of Denki's feet. "Make room for the rest of us, Kaminari. You monster." Denki shrieked and scrambled the rest of the way onto Kirishima. "Hi, you deserved it," Katsuki cackled. Todoroki pointed at him. "Watch it, or you're next. Try it and I'll rip your legs off like." He paused and pointed at the sheep on the screen. It was indeed trying to eat someone's leg. "Like that?" "I'm pissing myself in fear," Todoroki said blandly but claimed his spot on the couch next to Denki. "I bet you are," Katsuki snorted. "Want me to go get you some adult diapers, baby boy?" "Was that nice, Kaken?" "I'll kill you." Katsuki was being loud, but he hadn't bothered to get off the couch, which meant he was just around. Hanta wasn't sure when the insults that always flew between Katsuki and Todoroki had become basically benevolent, but here they were. Strange times at UA. "Just turn that off," Ida sighed, and sat next to Todoroki. "Can we watch something with less dismemberment? You're lucky Tsuyu couldn't make it tonight. And can you two stop screaming? Am I really being unreasonable to ask for this?" "You have way too many standards," Mina grinned. "Chako, come sit next to me. Is anyone else coming?" "Izuka said he was, but then he sent me some hero videos so he's probably, well, you know, he might show up. Or he might be stuck on YouTube until the next day." Even Hanta knew that. Hanta switched the movie off and scrolled mindlessly through Netflix. "What do you guys want to watch?" "Ida, we're not watching The Fast and the Furious again." "I didn't even dash, but the 30th one came out last month." Mina protested. She was the only other one obsessed with that series. Hanta was of the opinion it had run its course, pun intended, a century ago. "It's still in theaters," Ida sounded dejected. "So we have to wait to watch it?" Hanta was relieved. People threw out suggestions, most of which Hanta rejected. He'd finally landed on some indie space thriller when Midoriya and Aoyama strolled up. "The woman dies in the end," Aoyama said casually, dropping into the last available seat on the other side of Katsuki. Hanta turned on him, outraged. "Dude, you just spoiled it." "I can't possibly watch such a dull movie again," Aoyama said, flinging an arm out dramatically and nearly hitting Katsuki in the face. "Give me a movie with magic. With sparkle. With drama." "I'd be down for more Bollywood," Mina said, which was almost certainly what Aoyama was trying to steer them towards. Midoriya looked around awkwardly, realizing quickly there were no spots left. Yuga, can I fit in there? Midoriya asked. Hanta started looking for the Bollywood section on Netflix. Then Katsuki's knee shoved into his, as Katsuki obnoxiously spread his legs to take up the last few inches of space on the couch. Aoyama surprisingly didn't protest his space being invaded, but Hanta whined loudly. Dude. Oh no, the couch is full, Katsuki drawled. Midoriya glared at him. Really, Kaken? Don't manspread, Ida called from the other couch. Katsuki flipped him off with both hands. So sad, Katsuki went on, in his best troublemaking tone. Hanta braced himself. If only there was somewhere for you to sit. There would be, if you weren't taking up so much space, Uraraka pointed out, and Mina nodded sagely. So it's all my fault, Katsuki said flatly. Obviously. I better fix it, then, he sighed, and looked up at Midoriya with burning eyes. I guess you'll just have to sit here. He patted his leg suggestively. Not subtle, dude, Hanta wheezed. He wanted to laugh so badly his sides were cramping from the effort of holding it back. Midoriya's face was a predictable tomato red, as he stared back down at Katsuki. Something about this felt different. Midoriya didn't look panicked. No, he looked resolved. Aoyama nudged him slightly, and Midoriya nodded to himself. It's only fair, Midoriya choked out, then suddenly turned and sat in Katsuki's lap. The two couches were absolutely silent. On Netflix, an autoplay of Doom, Infinity started playing. Indian people danced with perfect synchronization to upbeat music, almost covering up the unholy wheezing noise Katsuki made. So, what are we watching? Midoriya crossed his arms, still red-faced but completely resolute. Hanta said, his voice cracking from the strain of sounding normal. So, Uraraka squeaked. Izuku, good sitting there? Where? Midoriya said innocently, looking determinedly at the screen. He offered. Right, Kaken. Katsuki was still frozen, staring emptily at something on the ceiling, his hands gripping the couch cushions on either side of his thighs. He looked like those memes of a confused cat after someone had just put a slice of cheese on its face. Hanta was pretty sure he wasn't even conscious anymore. Poor Katsuki. Whatever, Katsuki managed to choke out. A splotchy blush was forming on his cheeks, but it was safely hidden behind Midoriya's back. Todoroki gave them both a double thumbs up. Well then, that's settled. Aoyama said, uncharacteristically loudly. Let us pick a movie. Something magnifique, please. She's all that. Denki said, and Hanta face-bombed. His friends were all terrible. Great idea, babe, Kirishima said, petting Denki's head. Kiri, you don't get to vote if you're just simping for Denki, Hanta proclaimed, trying to move things along from the strangeness sitting next to him. I second that motion, Mina added, throwing an arm around a blushing Ochako. Chako, sweetheart, what do you want to watch? Mulan. Or maybe this new documentary about the effects of zero-G on Dash, no nerd movies, Denki protested, and it just devolved from there. Hanta only kept hold of the remote because he'd taped it to his hand. There was a small chance that was the real reason he'd been able to retain the title of movie emissary. He managed to wrangle everyone into watching some spy thriller that promised both drama and action. It was actually less difficult than normal, because Katsuki's shouts were notably absent. Every time Hanta looked at him, he was still blankly staring at the ceiling. The only lifelike thing about Katsuki was the way his fingers dug into the couch, as if trying to keep a grip on his sanity. Hanta readied himself to tease Katsuki mercilessly about it as soon as he got the chance. The thriller was pretty good, and had a plot twist none of them guessed. Katsuki and Denki were the resident experts at plot guessing, but Denki was deeply distracted by something on Aijuru's neck, and Katsuki had taken the first 30 minutes of the movie just to stop staring upwards into space. Speaking of, Midoriya was still sitting on Katsuki's lap. Well, sitting was a generous term for what had turned into more boneless slouching by the end of the movie. He'd slid down a bit, his head dropping back on Katsuki's shoulder. And he was snoring. He hasn't been sleeping well lately, Uraraka whispered. Hanta opened his mouth to reply, but a glare from Katsuki cut him off. If you guys wake him up, Katsuki whispered, each word slow, careful and soft. I will literally rip out your guts and then shove them so far down your throat they go back to where they came from. They all blinked at him. Katsuki sighed slightly and whispered, please. Uraraka's eating grin softened. He does need sleep, she whispered. Take care of him. Everyone filed out slowly, and Hanta switched off the credits before autoplay could start. After a moment, he grabbed a blanket and put it next to them in case they got cold. Hanta stumbled into the common room the next morning, still bleary with sleep and planning to make some quick instant oatmeal. Asui was sitting in the corner, quietly reading a book, and Momo was sipping tea next to her. A normal morning. That is, until a loud snore stopped him in his tracks. Katsuki and Midoriya were still on the couch. Katsuki's head was leaning back, his mouth open slightly. Hanta attributed the snoring to his recently broken and healed nose. Midoriya had managed to collapse further on the couch and was sleeping face down with his legs draped over Katsuki's lap. Ah, my babies are growing up, Mina whispered, making Hanta jump in surprise. Should we wake them? I kinda want to, Hanta admitted quietly. If we don't, one of them might sneak off and the other will think they woke up alone. It'd be so sad. #sad. Mina gave him a long look. You've been watching rom-coms with Denki again? Only a little, Hanta pouted. He has good snacks. You have a point though, Mina said. Ready to run. That was the only warning he got. Waking up Katsuki was a dangerous sport, not for the faint of heart. Thankfully, Mina had figurative ball of steel, and she shouted, Rise and shine, boys. Asui dropped her book in surprise, and Katsuki woke up with a violent snort that had Hanta doubling over with laughter. Katsuki blinked, looking around in confusion. Then when his eyes found them, his expression darkened rapidly. Oh, you two are gonna get it, he growled hoarsely. Mina bolted from the room cackling, but Hanta paused. Katsuki hadn't gotten up, and Hanta realized in an instant it was because a very sleepy Midoriya was still working on sitting upright, wiping at his eyes. Wha? Kaken, did I fall asleep? He looked around, blinking in the morning light. Katsuki's growl was long gone when he answered. Yeah, you're dumb but slept through the whole movie. Ah, sorry, Midoriya mumbled, then yawned jaw-crackingly wide. He was clearly barely lucid, not being much of a morning person. Katsuki looked entranced. Midoriya slowly detangled his legs from Katsuki's, and looked around with vague amusement. You fell asleep too, didn't you? Yep, that's exactly what happened, Katsuki said quickly, and finally looked back over to Hanta with murder in his eyes. But Midoriya saved him. By getting up and stretching luxuriously, and Katsuki was suddenly very occupied with watching the sliver of skin that showed when Midoriya's shirt rode up. Midoriya was packing some real definition, and it turned Katsuki completely useless. Man, I gotta go shower, Izuku yawned again, and started ambling away like a zombie. And with him went any chance that Katsuki wasn't about to kill Hanta. Oh dear. Welp, I'm gonna eat in the cafeteria instead, Hanta said quickly and started to make his escape. But Izuku was out of the room, so Katsuki shamelessly used explosions indoors to rocket across the room, vault over Hanta's head, and block the door. Wasn't this guy supposed to be sleepy? So, Hanta, Katsuki said, with a horrifyingly dreamy look on his face. Deku slept on me last night. Do you know what that means? You'll be spending quality time in your room with your hand down your dash. Katsuki's sweaty but hand clapped over his mouth. Hanta, listen closely. It's a matter of life or death. Your life or death? Because I'm starting to think I have a chance with Deku, and if you or Mina or any of you other asshats do one single thing to F it up, I will murder you. I will commit homicide and go to jail and never become a hero, and I won't even care because at least you'll be dead and that will make me happy. Katsuki finally removed his hand and stared Hanta down. You're cute when you're in love, Hanta grinned at him, completely unintimidated, and wiped his mouth. Katsuki's quirk residue was gross, but that wasn't the fight Hanta wanted to pick right now. I'll show you cute when I snap your neck, he grumbled, crossing his arms, which meant Katsuki was cooling down and ready to chill out. Hanta snorted. Wanna go grab breakfast? I heard there's waffles today. Okay, Katsuki shrugged. Incredible. Midoriya was doing wonders for Katsuki's mood. Hanta could only wonder how nice Katsuki would get if he actually got laid for once. That alone was enough reason not to mess up their relationship. Okay, so the whole falling asleep on Bakugou thing was really cute. Ochako had no issue with that. Izuku was practically glowing and she loved it. What she didn't love was how many times Izuku had told her about it. One time. Great. She was glad she knew how warm Bakugou was, how he hadn't pushed Izuku away during the night, how he'd put a blanket over her friend. 2 times. Fine, repetitive, she was sure Bakugou was very cute when he wakes up, she was maintaining doubt on this one, and she could live with hearing about how muscular his CST was. 3 times. Not so fun. Ochako was pretty sure they were over 100 times by this point, and she was officially losing her mind. She loved Izuku, but DMN was that boy going to owe her a lot of cakes when this was over. He was a nervous wreck whenever Bakugou was in the same room, and the constant flirting was consistently both low-tier and completely ineffective, and she just wanted to smash their faces together so they could embrace and get it the hell over with. But then Izuku would give her puppy eyes, or Bakugou would get all sincere with his please don't tell hims, and Ochako was weak, okay. And if she was being fair, she really didn't mind Bakugou either. She'd liked him ever since their first year sports festival. He was one of the first people to take her so DMN seriously she'd started taking herself seriously. But then, that was part of why her tolerance for his nonsense was 0. She knew that deep down, he was as good as they come, which meant she ended up having no patience for the rest of the bullshit he spewed all the time. So, Bakugou in general. Bakugou in the same room as Izuku. Intolerable. Study group at night. Bakugou crashed it. Trip to the mall. Bakugou tagged along. Sunday brunch where they cooked pancakes. Bakugou was there, and no one would kick him out because he made homemade strawberry sauce. Ochako was especially weak to this last ploy, she had to admit. Bakugou was as loud and annoying as ever, and if anyone questioned Bakugou's presence, he'd look at Izuku and say something like, "I'm here because we're friends, right?" And then Izuku would melt, and then everyone else would melt. And Bakugou had officially figured out how to emotionally manipulate his way into everyone's goddamn business. It wouldn't be so bad if Bakugou hadn't amped the flirting up to plus F ultra. It was worse now, though, because the second he accidentally spilled pancake batter all over his shirt, suddenly Sunday brunch was now Sunday strip show, and Izuku didn't even bother to hide his drooling anymore. And Bakugou preened. It was awful. He was so smug, it made Ochako want to throat punch him. Strawberry syrup on Bakugou's face. He'd wipe it off with a finger and then SCK it clean. So slowly. With so much staring at Izuku. Izuku wasn't much better. Instead of shameless SXL tension, his awkward but sincere attempts to say nice things to Bakugou were invariably met with outright panic. It would be funny if it weren't so frustrating. For example, that morning in class, Izuku had told Bakugou that his uniform looked nice. Which it never did, for the record, because he apparently had a severe tie allergy. Anyway, Bakugou had responded by dropping everything he was holding on the floor and walking out of the room like a robot. Ochako couldn't have heard the exchange from her seat in the back. She didn't need to, because Izuku told her about it about 10 times in the next 2 hours. He let me sleep on him, Izuku told her. It was lunch. Was this the millionth she was hearing about this? They were cycling through every single interaction Izuku had with Bakugou on a constant, hellish repeat. Next thing you know, you'll be sleeping with him, Ochako said drily. Izuku stared at her. Ochako, you can't just say that. We're just friends. This morning he said, and I quote, "I got a new mattress, want to come try it out?" So, he's just being nice. It's probably a nice mattress. And what did you say back? Ochako asked as sternly as she could. Why did she have to be the only one in their friend group who wasn't absolutely hopeless at flirting? That my mom's back has been bothering her, and if he could tell me the brand so I could recommend it to her, Izuku mumbled. Ochako sighed exaggeratedly. Izuku, my dear, sweet friend. You said you wanted to flirt with him. You made that travesty of a binder. You sat on his lap for a whole movie. Slept with him on the couch. Maybe I did, Izuku pouted, putting the binder back in his backpack guiltily. He asked you into his bed. You brought up your mother. But he did send her the brand, and she was very thankful. Honestly, Izuku, you want to know what I think? Yes. Izuku's smile was sincere, and Ochako crushed it with glee. You want to flirt with him? You already admitted it yourself. Your flirting has been making my eyes bleed for weeks. I'm putting my foot down. You make a DMN move or I will. Ochako growled, and aggressively drank the rest of her soy milk. Izuku just shrugged blithely. Infuriatingly. You like him, Ochako accused. She wasn't even remotely surprised by the rush of red across Izuku's face. Whatever. She was way past the point of caring if she embarrassed him. Izuku, tell me the truth. Do you want to be with him? I would, probably. If he wanted it. Only if he wanted it. Ochako smacked the table. Izuku, listen to me. That boy is acting like your demon boyfriend already. Ochako, what? Izuku said weakly. Ochako pinned him with a stare. Izuku, yesterday you mentioned you wanted bubble tea. And he brought you 4 of them that afternoon. Because he didn't know which flavor you like. Please. Like, some people's boyfriends don't even do that. That guy is so freaking head over heels for you. Can you really say that if you asked him out, you honestly think he'd say no? A shadow passed across Izuku's face, and Ochako was briefly reminded of all the cruel things Bakugou had said to Izuku. Izuku had told her about middle school, about how cruel Bakugou had been as a child. Even if he'd matured and repented, it didn't mean that Izuku didn't still feel the sting of it sometimes. Izuku, I'm sorry, Ochako said softly. I didn't mean to push you. I just want to support you. It's alright, I know I've been asking a lot of you lately, Izuku reassured her. His smile was gentle and a little reminiscent. It's just way too easy to imagine him saying no, but you know what? What? Ochako said, breathless with anticipation. I think it's okay if he does say no, Izuku told her, his expression both distant and soft. I think we're really friends now. Even if I've misread everything, I actually think he would be nice about rejecting me. I would agree, if there was any way in hell he would reject you. Which there isn't, Ochako told him. She wanted to support anything that would get them together, or at least end this eternal purgatory with a minimum of heartbreak. Izuku looked thoughtful for a moment. Then he looked up at her, green eyes shining with resolve. Kaken means so much to me. He deserves to know how I feel. I'm scared to tell him, but I honestly think I can trust him with my feelings now. I'm not sure how I'll do it, but I want him to know I care about him. I'll support you no matter what happens, Ochako said, grabbing his hand from across the table to squeeze it. The end was in sight. Thank God. She was so tired of sneaking away with Kirishima to complain about their respective charges. They'd never been particularly close before, but somehow this really brought them together. That, and Kirishima was a really good workout buddy. She fully planned to keep taking advantage of that even if Izuku and Bakugou managed to get together by some blessed miracle. Hitoshi was at a birthday party. Whose birthday was it? Nobody's, but apparently the dorm staff would be more lenient if students were caught drinking for someone's birthday. At least that's what Denki had told Hitoshi, but Hitoshi suspected it was because Denki wanted to ironically put up little kid birthday decorations. As it was, Denki had designated himself the fake birthday boy and was wearing a paper cone hat. He looked absurdly proud of it. Kirishima was hovering around him like paparazzi and taking pictures of the birthday boy. Ashido was fiddling with streamers, Yaoyorozu was creating little bundles of confetti, and Uraraka was getting drinks started for everyone. Hitoshi felt drastically out of place. Hitoshi reminded himself that he'd come here voluntarily. Denki was always on his case to hang out with Class 3A, and Hitoshi supposed they weren't too bad. It was nice to be invited to things, and he had the sneaking feeling that if he kept turning down invitations, they'd stop asking him. So, here he was. Dude, don't be so gloomy. Denki shoved a red solo cup under Hitoshi's nose, the drink inside sloshing alarmingly. It smelled sweet and citrusy. Denki nudged him in the ribs. The whole point of this is to cheer everyone up before we have to ruin our lives over exams. If you studied properly, maybe you wouldn't cry to me every time there's a test, Bakugou snorted. He was sitting on the floor, doing his best to act like he wasn't enjoying social activities. Hitoshi could relate. Thanks, Ida, Denki said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Sounding a little nerdy over there, Hitoshi agreed, smiling into his drink. He could practically hear the guy steaming next to him, but for whatever reason, Bakugou seemed to be on his best behavior. As in, not actively shouting every word that came out of his mouth. I'll show you nerdy, you freak. Let's go outside and I'll dash. Hi, Kaken. Midoriya slipped through the door, followed by Todoroki and Jiraiya. Hey, Shinso. I feel like it's been so long since we've hung out. Yeah, been busy, Hitoshi drawled. Bakugou, what were you saying? I don't want to miss out on another half-baked threat you won't follow through on. Okay, maybe Hitoshi did like riling him up, and he actually wouldn't mind a chance to step outside and shut Bakugou up for a while. It wouldn't be the first time, and in his current state, Hitoshi wouldn't turn down the chance to train against one of UA's top students. He'd take all the training he could get. He never really could shake the feeling that he needed to catch up to his classmates. He had a sneaking suspicion that Bakugou was aware of this, and that was the only reason their impromptu sparring rounds ever happened in the first place. But not tonight, apparently. Forget it, Bakugou scoffed, looking at Midoriya. We can train another time. Oh, you two train. Midoriya's eyes lit up, marking the last time Bakugou would pay attention to anything that wasn't Midoriya. Already, he was turning away from Hitoshi to make some smarmy comment to the guy. Hitoshi wasn't even in their class, but pretty much everyone knew the way Bakugou had been tailing Midoriya for months. He wasn't exactly subtle, and regardless of how uninterested Midoriya was, Bakugou didn't let up. It was strong not to feel out of place amidst Class 3A. They were so involved in each other, and if Hitoshi was being honest, so was Class 3B. He'd made a few friends in his class after he'd transferred in last year, but he'd never really felt like he was a real part of anything. Sometimes the wariness never really wore off. People never completely trusted him not to abuse his quirk, as if he ever would. Hitoshi frowned slightly, realizing he was only halfway through his drink and solidly on the way to being tipsy. He turned to ask Denki what exactly had gone into his drink, but of course Denki had already found Kirishima's lap and was spiritedly making out with him. And there went his one actual friend at the shit show. Hitoshi sighed. Even Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu had found a dark corner to neck in. People were doing shots, it was getting rowdy, and Hitoshi was considering going home. But then Denki had been really insistent that he show up for once in his life, and Hitoshi was relatively happy to tune out of everyone's conversations and just look at his phone. And this way he managed to avoid having streamers draped over him like nearly everything else in Denki's room. He didn't need to be covered in cheap decorations. He didn't need to listen to tipsy people gossip about their classmates, and he really didn't need to participate in Uraraka's attempt to pry every embarrassing secret out of everyone. Although he definitely didn't hold back from listening in. And that was how it happened. Crush talk. Uraraka spilled first, but flat out refused to mention who she liked. Kirishima stopped making out with Denki long enough to announce that he had a crush on him. Somehow, this surprised no one. No, the surprise came from Midoriya. He was about as red-faced as the plastic cup he was holding, but after vigorous kicking from Uraraka, he finally said it. I like someone. Midoriya blurted out. Hitoshi could feel every neuron in Bakugou's tiny brain exploding at once. Bakugou was staring at Midoriya like his very life depended on it. Really? Ashido said, and dropped onto the floor next to Midoriya. And who might that be? Bakugou made a wordless sound of protest and was ignored by absolutely everyone. I don't really want to say it in front of everyone, Midoriya said quickly. His solo cup was half crushed already. Hitoshi idly wondered if it would make it through the night. Then he wondered if Bakugou would make it through the night, because he looked like he was about to go supernova. Midoriya took a deep breath. His cup crunched dangerously in his hand. But I'm hoping maybe they'll ask me out. That's not gonna happen, Hitoshi said, without thinking. Midoriya stared at him in honest surprise. What exactly had been in Hitoshi's drink again? And now Midoriya wasn't the only one staring at him, and Hitoshi suddenly felt like he'd just stepped in a pit of vipers. He held up his hands defensively. I'm just saying, I know at least 3 people from my class who wanted to ask you out this year but were scared to. Midoriya looked dumbfounded. No one ever said anything to me. Feeling vaguely like he was signing his own death warrant, Hitoshi said, "And no one's going to, not with Bakugou pissing all over you like a dog on a fire hydrant." He waited for the explosion that was surely coming his way. It never came, because Bakugou was frozen in place. Then Bakugou dragged his hands over his face, somehow looking simultaneously regretful and furious. I didn't even think of that," Bakugou finally choked out. The room was dead silent, save for the lo-fi beats Jairu had put on earlier. It was a strange, calming contrast to the tension radiating from Bakugou. "Kaken, I don't," Midoriya started to say, but Bakugou cut him off with a quick gesture. Then he stood and shoved his slightly smoking hands in his pockets. "It's fine," Bakugou growled, and Hitoshi felt like he was about to witness some kind of apocalypse. But Bakugou merely cleared his throat and said, "I didn't mean to scare anyone off. I'll stop. If you want me to talk to whoever the F you like and explain Tsuchiti, I will." Midoriya stared at him, absolutely speechless, and Hitoshi couldn't blame him. That was absolutely the last thing he'd ever expected to come out of Bakugou's mouth. And with that, Bakugou carefully picked his way through everyone sprawled on the floor and left the room. The door shut quietly behind him. They all heard the muffled shout of F through the wall, followed by the sound of footsteps fading away. Everyone stared at each other for a moment. "Shin, so what the F were you thinking?" Ashido hissed. "We spent all this time waiting for them to figure it out and then you shat all over it?" "We were so patient too," Uraraka said plaintively. She looked like something she'd always wanted had just been torn from her grasp. "Poor Bakugou," Kirishima added as he got up and went to the door. "I'm gonna go check on him." "I did not know that would happen," Hitoshi said hollowly, staring at the door SW closed behind Kirishima. Midoriya buried his face in his hands. "God, this is so embarrassing," Midoriya said, and rolled sideways into Uraraka's lap. "He's gonna think I like some random person. I'll go apologize to him," Hitoshi said, feeling the strange urge to fix the situation. He was quickly catching on, and apparently the person Midoriya liked was Bakugou, and Hitoshi had stepped all over their incomprehensible relationship development. "No, don't. I should be the one to talk to him," Midoriya interjected, stopping Hitoshi in his tracks. "It's fine. I'll just explain everything and everything will be fine. Super fine." He sounded like he was convincing himself, but Ashido patted him comfortingly on the leg. "It will be fine. Cats will definitely listen to you." "Yeah, I've got this." Midoriya stood suddenly and then immediately fell back down. Uraraka caught him with her quirk just in time, and he hovered hopelessly a few inches above the floor. "Let's maybe wait until you're sober and can stand up," Uraraka suggested, gently lowering him to the floor. "Fine," Midoriya muttered, pulling himself upright enough to climb back into Uraraka's lap. "This is the worst. I hate everything." "I'm really sorry," Hitoshi offered. "'S fine," Midoriya waved a hand at him. "It's dumb. I'm dumb. Kaken is dumb. You're dumb. I'm dumb. Everything is Izuku, let's go drink some water and get some sleep, okay?" Uraraka patted him gently. Midoriya nodded and followed her out of the room like a little green duckling. There was a moment of silence. Then Ashido stage whispered, "Party foul." "God, Mina, too soon," Siro cackled in a way that suggested it wasn't actually too soon at all. He raised his cup. "Pour one out for our boy. Press if to pay respects," Denki snickered. And just like that, the party was back on, featuring everyone exchanging their favorite theories on how long it would take Midoriya to confess, because apparently Bakugou confessing had been ruled out as an option months earlier. What an absolute disaster. Speaking of, Hitoshi felt like a disaster himself. He was thinking of heading out and licking his metaphorical wounds when Denki dropped down next to him. "Bro, you really put your foot in your mouth?" Denki stared him down, disapproval written all over his usually friendly face. Hitoshi swallowed down his anxiety and tried to explain himself. "Yeah, but was anyone going to tell me they're doing some weird mutual unrequited love thing? How was I supposed to know? I didn't mean to ruin everyone's night." I forgot," Denki sighed, and slung a friendly arm around Hitoshi's shoulders. Hitoshi was surprised by how relieved he was at the gesture. He didn't have a lot of friends, and maybe the prospect of losing one of them was affecting him more than he realized. Sorry Hitoshi, I forget you don't know all our class drama. I should have warned you. I feel like this is worse than normal class drama, Hitoshi grumbled, shrinking in on himself. Denki squeezed his shoulder comfortingly. Yeah bro, I got you. They're like megadrama, supermassive drama, galaxy brain drama. We should have made explanatory pamphlets to hand out to anyone who has to be around those two, and even that might not be enough. Look, no strong feelings. Yeah. I was thinking of heading out. No way. Denki protested. Once the cowards fall asleep we're doing horror movies, and you gotta stay for that. Hitoshi wasn't quite able to hide his smile. Alright. Only if they're truly shitty. Only the shittiest for you, my friend. Izuku sincerely did want to confess to Kaken. The morning after the party, he'd stubbornly ignored his hangover in favor of heading to Kaken's dorm room. He knocked, waited some more until Kirishima found him in the hallway and informed him Kaken was on one of his morning runs. That was fine. And somehow, Kaken managed to be exactly where Izuku wasn't for the rest of the day. Izuku couldn't tell if he was being avoided, or if it was just coincidence. And that hurt just a little, but Izuku was willing to give him the benefit of doubt. It was probably just a coincidence. The next time he saw Kaken was on the way to class on Monday morning. He'd stopped Kaken outside of class, feeling both deeply nervous and very determined. He'd said something like, "Good morning, Kaken. I just wanted to dash." "Morning," Kaken had said, with a cuttingly disinterested expression. Before Izuku could manage to push it further, Kaken was already turning and leaving, sliding into his chair suspiciously quickly. Izuku's next few attempts were thwarted in the same way. Kaken wasn't unfriendly per se, but he didn't seem happy to see Izuku. Izuku had not been prepared for how much that hurt. When had he become accustomed to Kaken being friendly? Izuku felt like a frog that had been boiled alive in Kaken's affection. He'd gradually gotten used to the constant warmth of his attention without noticing it, and now that it was gone, Izuku felt like the air had been stolen from his lungs. He was faced with the horrible thought that he'd taken Kaken's presence for granted. It was ironic in a twisted way. Izuku had spent his whole life looking up to him, admiring him, being inspired by him, and somehow failed to realize exactly how important his presence was until it wasn't there. Kaken had been a lot of things to Izuku over the course of their lives, but he'd never been lukewarm. Until now. And Izuku hated it. It was strange to complain about it, because Kaken was acting in a way that would have delighted first-year Izuku. Kaken wasn't being mean. Or at least, not any meaner than normal. He said hello when Izuku greeted him. He waved half-heartedly when passing the loser table. He managed to evade Izuku for the evening as well, and Izuku couldn't quite get up the courage to knock on his door when he knew he'd be in there, sleeping. The concept of confessing to Kaken was scary enough without adding a layer of freshly awoken Kaken. "It's making me sad," Ochako said from her spot on Izuku's bed. "He's like a wet cat. Or an abandoned puppy. I literally never thought I'd feel bad for him in my life, but now. I just want to give him a blankie or something. Pinch his little cheeks and tell him everything will be okay." "I don't think Kaken would appreciate that," Izuku told her. He turned the page in his binder. His research on flirtation hadn't prepared him for this. He really wanted to start looking up how to do love confessions, but he had a time constraint now and didn't have the luxury of making another binder. "He'll appreciate anything if you're the one giving it to him," Ochako sighed. She just sounded tired. Months ago, a comment like that would have been made suggestively, slyly. Izuku couldn't really blame her for the change in tone. "I get it. I do. I want to confess to him, but he's avoiding me." "He's probably just embarrassed or something," Ochako waved a hand in the air. "Who cares? Just corner him somewhere. Hell, go to his dorm right now." "Disturbing his sleep would be rude," Izuku said primly. It wasn't just that though. Izuku was putting it off because he was nervous. Everything about this felt larger than life, like what he did now was going to impact the rest of his future. Ochako got up, walked over, and patted Izuku on the head like a dog. "We both know he won't care if it's you. Anyway, it's late. I'm going to bed. Make sure you get some sleep so you can look pretty when you ask out your man tomorrow." Izuku waved goodnight to her and turned back to the binder. Beneath it was Kaken's analysis of his quirk. His heart twisted just looking at it. Izuku wasn't sure if Kaken had any idea how much it meant to him. If he'd known, would he still have given it to Izuku? Had he done it because he knew how much it would mean to Izuku? Izuku looked at the clean Tupperware sitting in the corner of his desk. The Sharpie was a little faded, but it still said Best Soup, Deku on the side. A crumpled paper straw cover from bubble tea sat on top of it. He had a few relics of his recent friendship with Kaken, and Izuku's heart warmed whenever he looked at them. It's just that now that warmth included a lot more than the glow of friendship. He'd never been able to take his eyes off of Kaken. The reasons had changed over the years, but the last few months had brought even more change. Izuku used to be unable to look away from his brilliance, his fierceness, his inability to back down, and his single-minded drive. Izuku couldn't look away from how his eyes turned from red to amber when sunlight hit them just right. He couldn't help but notice the angle of his jaw, how he'd grow the tiniest hint of stubble if he forgot to shave, the way he practically glowed after a good workout. The tiny frown he wore when he focused on schoolwork, the meticulous way he organized his notes. The warmth of his hands whenever he touched Izuku. The way he smelled of smoke and sweetness and ash. The way he could go from vicious to soft in seconds, the way his eyes lit up when he saw a challenge. The way he always seemed to materialize when Izuku was having a rough day. How he pushed Izuku to train harder, smarter, better. The way sweat rolled down his abs, the way his calves flexed just before he took off flying, the way he rolled his shoulders before a fight. The sinful slide of his tongue up a chocolate banana. Izuku had quite literally dreamed about that last one, to his eternal shame. And then there was how Kaken had offered to explain their situation to whoever Izuku liked, as if it wasn't Kaken, as if it could be anyone but Kaken. It had felt like Izuku had been punched in the gut, because he realized that Kaken cared, really cared about him. About his happiness. Izuku couldn't really deny that he'd been flirting, and lately. It was pretty clear Izuku was his target. But in that moment, Izuku realized it wasn't just teasing, it wasn't just Kaken messing with him or even being unsure of how to develop their friendship. It was Kaken caring about Izuku. Simple but impossible for so long. It made Izuku want to cry, a little. And now it felt like Kaken was slipping away, and Izuku wouldn't let it happen. Izuku glanced at the clock, 2:13 a.m. Wonderful. He'd spent literal hours just thinking about Kaken. What if he didn't get up the courage to confess? What if Kaken was hurt? Izuku might not like him back. What if he got over Izuku before he could clear things up? What if Kaken never talked to him again? He was perfectly aware his line of thinking was unreasonable, but he literally couldn't wait any longer. This was stupid. Literally, actually stupid. Izuku was currently on his way to Kaken's dorm room. He'd never even been inside it, despite Kaken's repeated and very suspicious invitations to do so. All of which Izuku had failed to accept, feeling too self-conscious to set foot in the forbidden paradise that was Kaken's personal space. Thinking over it, maybe Izuku had been a little dense. Maybe Kaken hadn't actually wanted him to try out his new mattress. Maybe he didn't need Izuku to kill a spider that had hidden behind his closet. Maybe the whole thing about new hand-strengthening exercise equipment he'd left in his room had been a ploy too. Or how he'd asked Izuku to help him sort his All Might collection, that one had been really strong to turn down, or how he tried to explain why the view out his window was superior and Izuku needed to see for himself. A view of what, exactly? Kaken had never specified. These thoughts carried Izuku all the way down the hall to Kaken's door. He stood there in silence, well aware it was around 2:32 a.m. and he might actually be murdered to death for waking Kaken up like this. Izuku had tried to brush his hair. He was wearing his cleanest pair of shoes, UA uniform pants, and his nicest button-up shirt. He'd dressed up for his late-night confession and felt exceedingly stupid about it. But wasn't it worse to do it in pajamas? Or normal clothes? What if Kaken turned him down because he'd underdressed? Or overdressed? Good. He was freaking out. Izuku's nails were digging into his palms, his seat feeling unbearably tight. He forced himself to take a long, slow breath. He could do this. Kaken likely already had an answer for him, and that answer wasn't going to change based on what shirt Izuku was wearing. He knocked on the door. Silence. He knocked again. He'd come this far already, and he wasn't about to stop now. A muffled, "What the F?" came from the other side of the door. Kaken was awake, and Izuku kind of wanted to puke from nervousness. He'd faced down scarier things than a sleep-deprived Kaken before, but not that much scarier. Izuku knocked again and said, "Kaken?" There was some slightly more exuberant cursing, and the door swung open, revealing Kaken in all his disheveled glory. He was wearing an old, black t-shirt and a pair of underwear exposed by his complete lack of pants. Half his hair was flat from sleeping, and he looked like someone had just smacked him in the face with a frying pan. He blinked at Izuku uncomprehendingly. "Deku, the F are you doing?" he groaned, rubbing his face. "I wanted to talk to you about something," Izuku said quickly, before he lost the courage to say how he felt. Deku, it's Kaken cut him off, and turned to look over his shoulder at his alarm clock. His head swung back around slowly, finally pinning Izuku with a blurry red glare. "It's 2:37 a.m. Why are you doing this to me again?" Izuku looked at him. Really looked, seeing Kaken for who he was, who he'd grown up to be. After all this, there was only one thing Izuku could say. "Kaken, I like you." And in case that wasn't clear enough, he added, "I have feelings for you." Kaken stared at him, eyes widening slightly. There was a faint dusting of pink on his cheeks. The moment stretched, and Izuku wondered suddenly what he'd been expecting. To be kissed. For Kaken to proclaim his love. Something. Then Kaken's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head slightly. A faint laugh, and then, "Not this Iki again. If I need to sleep more." Then he stepped back into his room and slammed the door behind him. For a moment, Izuku was too confused to be hurt. He couldn't have read everything wrong, right? Everyone thought Kaken low-liked him. He couldn't reconcile this reaction with any possible thing Kaken might be feeling. He'd expected some kind of passion, whether it was excitement or anger, but not this strange, half-hearted dismissal. Izuku was still staring at the door when it was suddenly yanked back open. Kaken stood there, breathing strong, eyes wider than humanly possible. His hair looked even worse than before, if such a thing were possible. "Deku, is this real? I'm awake." Kaken croaked, his voice hoarse and desperate. Izuku met his eyes and saw everything that had been missing when Kaken slammed the door shut moments earlier. Longing. Anticipation. Suddenly, Izuku felt like he still had a chance. Maybe more than just a chance. So Izuku stepped forward and took Kaken's face in his hands. His skin was warm, soft, and miraculously he didn't pull away. Instead, Izuku found himself staring into wide, red eyes. It was electric, breathtakingly NTMT, and Izuku suddenly couldn't find the words to speak. Kaken wasn't saying anything either. He didn't even look like he was capable of speech at this point. His lips were slightly parted, frozen in an expression of faint disbelief. But he didn't resist when Izuku pulled his face down closer to Izuku's, or when Izuku's thumbs brushed lovingly over his cheekbones. He didn't resist when Izuku leaned in, close enough that their breath mingled. Or when Izuku tipped his chin up just enough to press a shy, gentle embrace to Kaken's silent mouth. Katsuki was dreaming. He'd been pretty sure it was real, but now Deku's lips were on his and there was no way this was real. But what kind of loser shows up in a button-up at 2 in the morning to confess their feelings? Losers called Deku, that's who, and Deku was kissing him and God, his hands were warm and was Katsuki wearing pants. After one blissful eternity, Deku pulled away. Katsuki tried really strong to make his brain cooperate. "Deku," Katsuki said, the words tumbling broken out of his mouth. Was it real? Was this actually happening, or was it another tease of a dream? Kaken dash, Deku said, the words stopping short as Katsuki lunged forwards to grab his shoulders and shake him vigorously. Katsuki was currently losing his mind, because if this wasn't a dream then Deku had just said he liked him and, "I wasn't dreaming." Katsuki shouted. Deku looked like he was about to pass out, and Katsuki abruptly felt bad. "Kaken, it's so late, please don't scream dash, it's your fault for coming here at but 12 o'clock in the morning," Kaken grumbled, desperately attempting to both control his volume and achieve rational thought at the same time. Did you just say you liked me? What are you wearing? Did you just embrace me? Deku stammered, and nearly collapsed when Katsuki suddenly let go of his shoulders. I'm not wearing pants. I can tell, Deku said in this weird tone of voice that Katsuki decided to ignore entirely, in favor of trying to rationalize what the hell was happening to him. Yeah, it didn't make sense, Katsuki said, thinking out loud. He was suddenly extremely, dizzyingly awake. Usually when you confess in my dreams you're wearing, he trailed off, suddenly blushing. Deku usually wore a lot less in Katsuki's dreams. Sometimes nothing at all, but he really couldn't tell Deku that. The nerd's brain would probably explode. Honestly, the only thing that had cued Katsuki into the reality of their current situation was the sight of Deku in an inexplicable button-up outside his door at 2 a.m. Wearing what? Deku blinked at him, eyes round with confusion. Annoying. Katsuki wanted to tear his hair out. Not that, Katsuki finally said, trying to convey his disdain and confusion over Deku's appearance into just 2 words. Hopefully, that would cover for his frankly sinful imagination. Izuku blinked at him like some stupid adorable baby animal. God, Katsuki was so weak. I just wanted to say how I felt, Izuku said weakly. I really missed you the last 2 days, and it felt like you were avoiding me and I didn't want to wait any longer and Katsuki abruptly lost patience with him and yanked Deku inside his room. Deku, Katsuki admonished him, pausing to close the door behind them. I wasn't avoiding you. I just wasn't following you around like AF dog for once in my life. Ironic that Katsuki had ended up being the one to follow Deku around like a lovesick puppy. Desperate times, desperate measures. Oh. Deku looked like he was having critical brain failure. Then I can't believe you decided to do this in the middle of the goddamn morning. You're aware I wake up in 2 hours to go running, right? Sorry, Kaken, Izuku mumbled. And this? Katsuki pointed at Deku's clothes. You're lucky I like you so much. At least I have pants on, Deku mumbled, looking at the floor. Katsuki looked down, and suddenly realized Deku wasn't looking at the floor. No, he was staring at Katsuki's underwear and God, nothing at all had prepared Katsuki for this encounter. Also, did you just say you like me? Yeah. I love you. The words were out of Katsuki's mouth before he could think of anything less insane to say. Well, it wasn't his fault. He'd loved the F-er for ages, and if Deku didn't want Katsuki to be a raging mess then he shouldn't have woken him in the middle of the goddamn night. As it was, Deku looked like his soul had left his body. Katsuki sighed and ran a hand through his hair. SHT, Deku, sorry if that's a lot. I mean I have for ages, and to be honest I have no idea how you didn't figure it out sooner. Deku hummed. Katsuki could practically hear the cyclone of thoughts inside the nerd's head. It was something that would have irritated him in the past, but now Katsuki only found it fatally endearing. He reached out to poke one of Deku's squishy cheeks. Nerd. It's too early to think so strong, you're gonna hurt something. But you but nothing, Katsuki interrupted him, then took a breath. Deku looked just about as shocked as Katsuki felt, and Katsuki was experiencing the now familiar but still deeply strange urge to be gentle with him. Look, I think we've figured out the important SHT. I like you like me, you SCK at dressing yourself. Let's call it a night and talk tomorrow, okay? I'm a beach if I don't sleep. Everyone knows that, Deku muttered. Sassy little effa. And yet you still woke me up, Katsuki pointed out. Instead of looking sorry, Izuku flashed him a cheeky grin. I think it was worth the risk, Izuku said, then winked. And Diamond, that was doing funny things to Katsuki's pulse. He found himself reaching out, his fingers brushing Deku's cheek again. Before we sleep, he trailed off. Deku might look stupid, but it only managed to be stupid hot and Katsuki was a simple man after all. Let me embrace you again. Technically, I kissed you the first time, Deku muttered, and Katsuki generously ignored what promised to be another mutterfest. Instead, he stepped in, one hand on the back of Deku's neck. Gonna keep running your mouth? Katsuki asked quietly. Deku shook his head furiously, making curls fall in his face. Katsuki brushed them out of the way gently. This was Deku. The guy he'd spent months pining after, his constant companion since childhood. The person who inspired him to be the best version of himself. Not just the one who could win, not just the strongest, but the best. In all ways. Are you gonna embrace me or? Deku murmured. So Katsuki did, and God, it felt good when Deku didn't pull away. Instead, his lips parted in an invitation Katsuki would never turn down. He deepened the embrace, tugging Deku closer. Deku made little happy noises against his mouth, and Katsuki had officially died and gone to heaven. So he didn't stop himself from kissing him harder, pushing Deku back onto his bed. He only stopped when Deku pushed him away, his face bright red. What is it? Had Katsuki moved too fast? It seemed like Deku had been enjoying it, but, Deku mumbled, glancing down between their bodies. Really aren't wearing pants? Katsuki grinned down at him, hugely amused. Well, next time give me a heads up. Then I'll make sure to wear absolutely nothing. Deku miraculously turned even redder. Kaken. What? Katsuki said unhelpfully and plopped onto the bed next to Deku. It's not my fault you're so cute. It's so weird, Deku said. I'm not used to you calling me that kind of stuff. Katsuki leaned over and planted a wet, luxurious embrace on Deku's freckles. It was incredible that he was allowed to do this now, that Deku was in his bed. Better get used to it, sir. Or get less cute, your choice. Oh my god, Deku whined, and Katsuki cackled. Making Deku blush and giggle was way more entertaining than the myriad ways he'd tormented him over the years. He planned on tormenting Deku plenty in the future, but only if it made him look this stupid happy. God, Katsuki was so in love. Time to sleep. Yeah, I'll head back to my room. But let's talk tomorrow. It's a date, Katsuki told him, and rewarded with a nice blush. He enjoyed watching Deku leave, especially noting how rumpled his clothing was. It was Katsuki's handiwork, and he was proud of it. Katsuki slept through his alarm. He was surprised he'd slept all, honestly. He felt half alive, but somehow managed to drag his butt to class regardless. He was barely on time, and proud of it. He could feel Deku's gaze drilling through his demon's skull while Aizawa droned on about something or other. Katsuki didn't even attempt to concentrate. There was no way it was happening. He was running on maybe 3 hours of sleep and a bunch of adrenaline, and he was crashing already. Thankfully, Aizawa was crashing even worse and fell asleep on the lectern about halfway through the class. Accustomed to this, the class just kept working on assignments, except the shitty few like Mina and Denki, who immediately began to talk nonsense. Katsuki wanted to sleep, bad. He was slouching so much he was in danger of straight up sliding off his chair, but that meant his head was resting on Deku's desk, and that meant he was like 4 inches closer to Deku, and that made it worth it. Katsuki had given up on not being pathetic and shameless a long time ago. Apparently it had paid off because, after a moment, something brushed his hair. He managed to stifle his instinctive rage at being touched for long enough to realize that it was Deku was petting his head. Katsuki was blessed. He pushed himself back a little further, giving Deku implicit permission to continue. Soon gentle fingers were brushing over his scalp, sending pleasant shivers down his spine. His eyes drifted shut. He was happy to sit like that until Deku stopped. Katsuki turned around in his chair to check on him. Deku wasn't looking at him. Or anything else, because he was beet red and glassy-eyed because every single one of their shitty classmates was staring at them, jaws on the floor. Deku, Katsuki whispered, feeling the irresistible urge to stir up trouble. Deku blinked his way back to Earth, meeting Katsuki's eyes with a wet green gaze. Katsuki snaked his way further onto Deku's desk, and gave him his best, I'll F you up grin. Embrace me, Katsuki whispered. Deku leaned forwards like there was nothing he could do but follow Katsuki's order. And then Deku's lips were on his, and Katsuki reveled in the wave of warmth it sent through him. He'd never get used to this. And then the screaming began. Deku jerked away from Katsuki to hide his face with his hands, and Katsuki mourned the loss of the embrace. Oh my god, they did it? That was Mina, screaming at the top of her lungs. Katsuki, you jackass, I am so happy for you. Aizawa jolted upright, looked around in displeasure, then quickly inchwormed out of the classroom. Katsuki didn't blame him, because apparently everyone had to get their goddamn screaming out of their system. Bro. So manly. So proud. Aijiro punctuated each word by liberally pounding on his desk with both of his fists. Izuku baby, you did it, Uraraka sobbed, face planting onto her books in relief. Asui patted her back gently, looking appropriately worried. Ida was saying something vague about PDA rules, so Katsuki made a mental note to break those rules as soon and as often as possible. He had a reputation to uphold, after all. Jiraiya gave them very respectable thumbs up, and Denki's wordless screaming was quickly joined by Aijiro, who apparently wasn't. Shock, as Deku slid his hands up under Katsuki's untucked shirt. Oh, Deku said, still red-faced but sly as F, I think there's better reasons to get you shirtless. F. Katsuki's head fell back onto the bench's backrest with a thunk, completely undone just by the feeling of Izuku's hands on his skin. Deku, quit it. You're gonna make me do nasty SHT in public, and then Ida will cut off our heads. All four of them. It took a moment for that to sink in, then Deku yanked his hands back with a squeal. Kaken, gross. We both know I'm gross for you. Gross. Deku protested again, and finally got off Katsuki's lap, and pulled Katsuki to his feet. Just in time, because honestly Katsuki was really way too sensitive to Izuku's presence. Especially when the little E was sitting on his crotch, for F's sake. Izuku glared at him from a safe distance. Come on, class will be over soon. We should head back. Teacher's pet. Katsuki obediently got up, and followed Izuku down the path. Kaken, you have a perfect attendance record, Izuku scolded. Don't talk it's you swore. F, Deku said, just to prove that he could. Katsuki fell in love all over again. So, what made you figure it out? I tried so many things, Deku. So many. So many. Deku shot him an exasperated look, but it didn't last long. He was apparently just as giddy as Katsuki was, because quickly he was all smiles again. It was the quirk analysis, he said, almost shyly. It was really thorough. I could tell you put a lot of thought into it. I do everything perfectly, Katsuki said, throwing an arm over Deku's shoulders and steering him back towards their classroom. No, but it's not just that. I have All Might, and some of the teachers, but, well, I don't really have anyone to talk to about my quirk. Except for you, so it helped a lot to get your perspective. Katsuki could feel the sincerity behind the words, and he couldn't help but be sincere as well. He cleared his throat. I know I'm the only one you can talk to about it, and I'm sorry I didn't do more for you sooner. But I want to support you, Izuku. I'm here for you now, and I'm going to be the best DM training partner you could ever imagine. Deku had come to a stop, face turned down. Katsuki panicked for a moment, afraid he'd said the wrong thing. Then Deku looked up, his eyes full of tears. That means so much to me, he blubbered, and then practically fell onto Katsuki's Katsuki caught him, managing barely to hold him up in time. I should have known we wouldn't get through this without you crying, he muttered into Deku's hair. Kaken, you don't understand, Deku wailed, getting tears and snot all over Katsuki's uniform. Well, Ida always said he looked terrible anyway, so who cares if it was worse? I wanted you for so long, and now you're finally here for me, and another sob, I'm so happy. Thank you so much. I'm just so, more sobbing, so happy. Christ, Deku, pull it together, Katsuki mumbled, his words at odds with how tightly he held Deku, how he was rubbing soothing circles into Deku's back. I'm happy too, Deku, and I'm not going anywhere. I've got your back, okay? Deku pulled away enough to look at him with tear-filled eyes, his mouth quivering dangerously. Really? You really mean it? Katsuki kissed his forehead and gently brushed away the tears. I promise, Deku. I'm gonna be here for you forever. No matter what. It took a bit for Deku to calm down. That was fine by Katsuki, because it gave him time to rid himself of the wetness in his own eyes. They did finally go back to class, and Katsuki threatened people until he was hoarse. It didn't make a difference, because their idiot class still wouldn't quit congratulating them. Somehow, it was really strong to be mad about it whenever Deku's warm hand found his. Even after just one day together, and they fit together like they'd been made for it. Katsuki found himself dreaming about what it would be like when they'd been together for a year. A decade. A lifetime. He'd done the research, and he was ready with plans for dealing with the press as a hero couple, mitigating villain attempts to use them against each other, how to find secure housing as heroes, which agencies were biased for or against couples. Katsuki was ready. And with Deku at his side, anything felt possible. Mina failed her math test. It was fine, she was strong-pressed to care this close to the end of the school year, but she did kind of want to finish off strong. Or stronger, at least. Luckily, she had the option to take a remedial test and all she needed to do was beg Katsuki to help with the material. Loaded up with her textbook and healthy, Katsuki-approved snacks as bribes, she barged straight into his room. And then stopped dead, because she was confronted with a view of Katsuki's pale but and Izuku in bed beneath him. Oops. She shouted. Izuku shrieked. Katsuki tossed a blanket over him and twisted slightly to shout right back at Mina. He was blushing from his hairline straight down to his sissy, and was already in full Baku rage mode. What the F, get the hell out. Goddamn pervert. Your door was unlocked, Mina cackled, backing away. She was pretty sure Katsuki wasn't going to chase after her, not with Izuku freaking out beneath a blanket. She probably shouldn't be laughing this strong, but out? Use protection, my dudes. Mina shouted back at them and slammed the door behind her. And for good measure, added, and lock your dimmin door if you're getting nasty, dim. Her boys were finally getting it. It had only been like a week since the whole embrace window exit fiasco, but she supposed Katsuki had been secularly frustrated for at least a year and Izuku probably had been in love with him for like, his whole life, so why wait? Humming to herself, Mina headed down the hall and considered her options. Maybe Momo would be free. She was so much nicer about Mina's mistakes than Ida was. Happened to you too? Aizawa poked his head out of his dorm and waved Mina over. It honestly wasn't surprising that he'd heard Katsuki's shouting from down the hall. That boy was loud. Denki was on the floor, chewing on something. Hopefully that something was edible. Or at least not poisonous. Baku has a really pale butt, Mina giggled. It was like I saw a ghost. You girls saw some ghost butt. Close encounters of the butt kind. No, that's aliens, Denki frowned, his voice slightly muffled around whatever he was chomping on. It'd be more like who you gonna call. But Busters. But Busters is definitely just pawn, Mina snorted. Maybe the butt-turgist? I keep telling them to lock the door, Aizawa sighed, giving them both a look. Privacy is manly. You can't just call whatever's on your mind manly, Denki said, finally pulling the popsicle stick out of his mouth. My love for you is manly, Aizawa grinned at him. Okay, you're right, I take it back, Denki snickered. That is super manly. So Mina. Wanna hang? We're trying to make an AMV for the Baku Squad's greatest moments. I got Katsuki jumping out the window already. Midoriya looks hilarious. And I found my video of Denki catching himself on fire last summer, Aizawa added, nudging the laptop on the floor with his foot. You have some good stuff, right? Yes, oh my god yes, Mina said, then caught herself. Oh. I can't, I failed the math test. I was going to get Katz to help, but no. He's too busy getting butt. I guess it really is hoes before brothers nowadays. She put a hand to. Getting any quieter. Hagakure was jumping up and down on her chair, Aizawa looked very concerned about her safety, and Hanta was trying to put tape, unsuccessfully, over Denki's shrieking mouth. Aoyama wasn't loud audibly, but visually was emitting twinkles at an alarming rate. Someone was going to get blinded. Todoroki was quiet, but he had that shitty little smile on his face. For once, Katsuki didn't even hate it. Katsuki was thriving in the chaos, but Deku looked terrified. He was easily overwhelmed and hadn't spent the last 6 months publicly humiliating himself like Katsuki had, so the poor thing wasn't used to this kind of attention. Katsuki slapped the table in front of him, making Deku jolt back to life. Nerd. Wanna get out here? Katsuki had to shout a bit to be heard over the din, but Deku didn't seem to mind. No, Deku was looking at him like he was a life raft in a stormy sea. As it should be. How? He asked weakly. It was a fair question, because their classmates were quickly descending on them. Aizawa was making a horrifying kissy face, and apparently wanted to know if he got a embrace too. Horrifying. Really, there was only one option. Katsuki levered the window next to his desk open, yanked Deku out of his chair, and jumped straight out of it with Deku in tow. The shouting of their classmates faded in the distance and was quickly replaced by Deku's screaming. Katsuki had actually trained for this kind of situation and tucked Deku into his side, flawlessly breaking their fall with a one-handed explosion before using its momentum to spin mid-air and land on his feet. A flawless landing, of course. He needed to be able to carry people if he was rescuing people as a hero, right? So this was a reasonable way to handle the situation, right? Kaken, Deku screamed. Katsuki grinned at him. F awesome, right? Katsuki couldn't quite keep the arrogance out of his voice, but did it matter? Katsuki was great, and everyone should know it. Don't just grab me and jump out of buildings. Deku yelled, then punched him in the shoulder. It actually did kind of hurt, but Katsuki was way too giddy to care. Next time I'll warn you, since you're such a coward, he laughed. Deku glowered at him for a few more seconds, then broke down laughing. I really hope someone caught that on video, he gasped out between giggles. Katsuki cheerfully thumped him on the back to help him regain his breath. Like Denki ever puts his phone down. Come on, let's go chill for the rest of the PRD. Aizawa pieced out the second Mina started her Banshee impression, so he won't care. That's, not a bad idea, Deku mumbled, suddenly shy. Want to go sit somewhere? Katsuki did. And maybe, now that the nonsense was over, he felt a little shy too. So he followed Deku away from the building, winding through UA's grounds until they found an appropriately sunny bench. Deku sat down and stared at Katsuki while patting the spot next to him. Katsuki sat, and dropped his arms along the back of the bench. Coincidentally nearly around Deku's shoulders, because Katsuki was like that now. Mina accused him of being a fuckboy on a regular basis, even if it was just for one person. Hanta said he was simping, but only one time because Katsuki had blown up Hanta's homework in retaliation, and then helped him redo it. The good old days. So, Kaken. Last night you said wanted to talk. Right? Katsuki pulled himself together. He'd only been thinking about this for over half a year. No big deal. I want to be with you. You know, I've, had feelings for you for a while. You could probably tell. Deku buried his face in his hands. It took me a really long time to realize, he groaned. It's embarrassing. I think everyone but me knew. Yeah, they definitely did, Katsuki said drily. I literally deep-throated SHT in front of you. How could you not notice? I know, Deku wailed. But why? Why would I think that was for me? It's so frustrating. Why not just tell me how you felt? Then, more quietly, did you feel like you couldn't tell me something like that? I did try once, Katsuki admitted. He hadn't really expected to tell Deku this part, but Deku actually seemed sad that Katsuki hadn't confided in him. Deku looked at him, eyes wide, flashing green as the sun hit them. Appealing. Before the year started, Katsuki said quietly. His hands found their way into his pockets, a reflexive habit born from feeling unsure. Remember the beach party we had near Jairu's place? Deku's face lit up. Yeah, that was fun. But I don't remember talking to you much. You wouldn't? Katsuki's throat was closing up a little. Deku wouldn't remember it, but it had meant everything to Katsuki. That's when I realized how I felt about you. I actually meant to tell you immediately. Wait, seriously. Wait, was that why you pulled me aside after when Denki caught himself on fire? I think. Such a dumbass, Katsuki said fondly. But yeah, that was when. Why didn't you? Because. Katsuki said, a little too loudly. Deku's face dropped, and Katsuki wanted to smack himself for shouting at Deku. Instead, he took a deep breath and collected himself. Because when I pulled you aside, you looked nervous. Afraid. I told you I wanted to tell you something and it felt you thought I was going to hurt you or something. I tried to reach for your hand, and you flinched away. Kaken, Deku said softly. Katsuki bulldozed on. I couldn't tell you I loved you while you were afraid of me, Katsuki growled. The words sounded broken as he said them, and he hated it. But it was the truth, and Deku deserved to know. So I decided I'd show you how I felt instead. And then maybe you'd come to me if I was lucky. Except I'd never tried to flirt with anyone before, and I'm trash at it, and Denki says my personality is basically reanimated garbage, so really it feels like miracle you like me at all . And then Deku's mouth was on his, and all other thoughts flew out of Katsuki's head. That's right. Everything was fine, now, because Deku liked him back. He hummed contentedly, even happier when Deku crawled onto his lap. Deku pulled away slowly, green eyes searching Katsuki's. It's kind of dumb, Deku said, eventually. Katsuki finally cracked a grin. You're dumb. Kaken, Deku rolled his eyes. But, it did work. Sort of. I mean, I don't think I really understood the flirting . Again, how did you not ? But then we became friends. And I realized I could trust you with my feelings, and that made me brave enough to tell you how I felt. So thank you. It means a lot to me. Katsuki was completely speechless. Deku looked ethereal above him, dark hair dappled green by sunlight, a smile on his lips. So dim and appealing it almost hurt his heart to look at him. Then Deku's gentle smile turned into a cheeky grin. But don't do it again. Next time you need to tell me something important, do not just stand around shirtless for 6 months. We have to be better at communicating if we're going to be in a relationship. Katsuki sounded a little shrill, but who could blame him? You can be my boyfriend, since you asked so nicely, Deku relented, giggling. Katsuki let that slide, but only because it made him so happy. He slapped a cheesy grin on his face. Well, that's settled. But are you sure you don't want me to solve problems by getting shirtless? To his delight, Deku turned bright red. And then delight turned to shock, as Deku slid his hands up under Katsuki's untucked shirt. Oh, Deku said, still red-faced but sly as I think there's better reasons to get you shirtless. Katsuki's head fell back onto the bench's backrest with a thunk, completely undone just by the feeling of Izuku's hands on his skin. Deku, quit it. You're gonna make me do nasty SHT in public, and then Ida will cut off our heads. All 4 of them. It took a moment for that to sink in, then Deku yanked his hands back with a squeal. Kaken, gross. We both know I'm gross for you. Gross. Deku protested again, and finally got off Katsuki's lap, and pulled Katsuki to his feet. Just in time, because honestly Katsuki was really way too sensitive to Izuku's presence. Especially when the little E was sitting on his crotch, for F's sake. Izuku glared at him from a safe distance. Come on, class will be over soon. We should head back. Teacher's pet. Katsuki obediently got up, and followed Izuku down the path. Kaken, you have a perfect attendance record, Izuku scolded. Don't talk you swore. Deku said, just to prove that he could. Katsuki fell in love all over again. So, what made you figure it out? I tried so many things, Deku. So many. So many. Deku shot him an exasperated look, but it didn't last long. He was apparently just as giddy as Katsuki was, because quickly he was all smiles again. It was the quirk analysis, he said, almost shyly. It was really thorough. I could tell you put a lot of thought into it. I do everything perfectly, Katsuki said, throwing an arm over Deku's shoulders and steering him back towards their classroom. No, but it's not just that. I have All Might, and some of the teachers, but, well, I don't really have anyone to talk to about my quirk. Except for you, so it helped a lot to get your perspective. Katsuki could feel the sincerity behind the words, and he couldn't help but be sincere as well. He cleared his throat. I know I'm the only one you can talk to about it, and I'm sorry I didn't do more for you sooner. But I want to support you, Izuku. I'm here for you now, and I'm going to be the best DM training partner you could ever imagine. Deku had come to a stop, face turned down. Katsuki panicked for a moment, afraid he'd said the wrong thing. Then Deku looked up, his eyes full of tears. That means so much to me, he blubbered, and then practically fell onto Katsuki's. Katsuki caught him, managing barely to hold him up in time. I should have known we wouldn't get through this without you crying, he muttered into Deku's hair. Kaken, you don't understand, Deku wailed. getting tears and snot all over Katsuki's uniform. Well, Ida always said he looked terrible anyway, so who cares if it was worse? I wanted you for so long, and now you're finally here for me, and another sob, I'm so happy. Thank you so much. I'm just so, more sobbing, so happy. Christ, Deku, pull it together, Katsuki mumbled, his words at odds with how tightly he held Deku, how he was rubbing soothing circles into Deku's back. I'm happy too, Deku, and I'm not going anywhere. I've got your back, okay? Deku pulled away enough to look at him with tear-filled eyes, his mouth quivering dangerously. Really? You really mean it? Katsuki kissed his forehead and gently brushed away the tears. I promise, Deku. I'm gonna be here for you forever. No matter what. It took a bit for Deku to calm down. That was fine by Katsuki, because it gave him time to rid himself of the wetness in his own eyes. They did finally go back to class, and Katsuki threatened people until he was hoarse. It didn't make a difference, because their idiot class still wouldn't quit congratulating them. Somehow, it was really strong to be mad about it whenever Deku's warm hand found his. Even after just one day together, and they fit together like they'd been made for it. Katsuki found himself dreaming about what it would be like when they'd been together for a year. A decade. A lifetime. He'd done the research, and he was ready with plans for dealing with the press as a hero couple, mitigating villain attempts to use them against each other, how to find secure housing as heroes, which agencies were biased for or against couples. Katsuki was ready. And with Deku at his side, anything felt possible. Mina failed her math test. It was fine, she was strong-pressed to care this close to the end of the school year, but she did kind of want to finish off strong. Or stronger, at least. Luckily, she had the option to take a remedial test and all she needed to do was beg Katsuki to help with the material. Loaded up with her textbook and healthy, Katsuki-approved snacks as bribes, she barged straight into his room. And then stopped dead, because she was confronted with a view of Katsuki's pale and Izuku in bed beneath him. Oops. She shouted. Izuku shrieked. Katsuki tossed a blanket over him and twisted slightly to shout right back at Mina. He was blushing from his hairline straight down to his sissy, and was already in full Baku rage mode. What the F, get the hell out. Goddamn pervert. Your door was unlocked, Mina cackled, backing away. She was pretty sure Katsuki wasn't going to chase after her, not with Izuku freaking out beneath a blanket. She probably shouldn't be laughing this strong, but out? Use protection, my dudes. Mina shouted back at them and slammed the door behind her. And for good measure, added, and lock your dimmin' door if you're gettin' nasty, dim. Her boys were finally getting it. It had only been like a week since the whole embrace window exit fiasco, but she supposed Katsuki had been secularly frustrated for at least a year and Izuku probably had been in love with him for his whole life, so why wait? Humming to herself, Mina headed down the hall and considered her options. Maybe Momo would be free. She was so much nicer about Mina's mistakes than Ida was. Happened to you too? Aizawa poked his head out of his dorm and waved Mina over. It honestly wasn't surprising that he'd heard Katsuki's shouting from down the hall. That boy was loud. Denki was on the floor, chewing on something. Hopefully that something was edible. Or at least not poisonous. Baku has a really pale butt, Mina giggled. It was like I saw a ghost. You girls saw some ghost butt. Close encounters of the butt kind. No, that's aliens, Denki frowned, his voice slightly muffled around whatever he was chomping on. It'd be more like who you gonna call. But Busters. But Busters is definitely just pawn, Mina snorted. Maybe the butt-turgist? I keep telling them to lock the door, Aizawa sighed, giving them both a look. Privacy is manly. You can't just call whatever's on your mind manly, Denki said, finally pulling the popsicle stick out of his mouth. My love for you is manly, Aizawa grinned at him. Okay, you're right, I take it back, Denki snickered. That is super manly. So Mina. Wanna hang? We're trying to make an AMV for the Baku Squad's greatest moments. I got Katsuki jumping out the window already. Midoriya looks hilarious. And I found my video of Denki catching himself on fire last summer, Aizawa added, nudging the laptop on the floor with his foot. You have some good stuff, right? Yes, oh my god yes, Mina said, then caught herself. Oh. I can't, I failed the math test. I was going to get Katz to help, but no. He's too busy getting butt. I guess it really is hoes before brothers nowadays. She put a hand to her forehead and sighed tragically. Life was so strong when you can't be bothered to give a DMN about studying. So sad, so tragic. Let him have his fun. Aizawa nodded wisely. I'm sure they'll calm down eventually. Mina had her doubts about that. A couple of days later, Mina found Ochako standing outside their classroom. Mina was really early for once, as part of her last-ditch effort to not SCK but at academics. She'd even gulped down her lunch and ditched the squad to look over her books before class. Mina went to open the door, but Ochako put a hand, 4 fingers, on her arm, looking at her with sincere, liquid brown eyes. They're in there. What? Mina was exhausted and had no idea what Ochako was talking about. She'd barely passed her remedial test and had stayed up the entire night celebrating. And yeah, she did win at Mario Kart, F you very much Denki. She pushed the door open and found a mostly empty classroom. Empty except for 2 people. 2 very connected people, because Katsuki was sitting in Izuku's lap with his tongue down his DMN throat. Guys. Mina hollered. They ignored her. She was pretty sure Izuku's hands were down the back of Katsuki's pants. Jesus Christ. Quit it, you're scaring Ochako. Finally, Katsuki pulled away, his eyes dark and lips wet. And since when is it my problem if people are coward but prudes? Kaken, be nice, Izuku complained, pulling his hands out from God knows where to pat Katsuki's. Each Katsuki looked about 20% less grumpy, which was pretty good all things considered. I'm F nice as hell, Katsuki said and turned to embrace Izuku again, as if proving a point. Izuku didn't even look slightly inclined to stop him. Mina sighed. Ochako, come on. They're just gonna be like that. Think of it as exposure therapy. In a couple of weeks, we probably won't even notice it anymore. I need a nap, Ochako muttered, but followed her and sat on Aoyama's desk, facing Mina and stoically ignoring the couple on the other side of the room. Ida was next to arrive and opened the door with a bang. Good afternoon, fellow students. Not again. Yeah, Ochako sighed, as Ida stared at Izuku and Katsuki, who were both blissfully ignoring them. This is a classroom, and I must ask you to respect the student handbook, Ida said, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. He started rummaging in his bag. I've walked in on them in Izuku's room like 3 times, Ochako whined, rubbing her face. Now I call him before stopping by. I've seen so much. So much. Really? It's just been once for me in Baku's, Mina cackled, hugely entertained. What positions did you no? Ida snapped, snapping a hand down in between them. Please, just no. I've already heard too much. He finally pulled a blue spray bottle out of his bag. Here we go. No, Mina grinned. You didn't. It's the best way, Ida sighed, messing with the settings on the cap. Can I do it? Mina grinned, just as Aizawa towed Denki into the room. Oh nice, they're doing it again, Denki said. Babe, why don't you grossly make out with me before class? Wanna start? Aizawa asked, all sincere and innocent. He fluttered his eyelashes in exactly the way Mina had spent ages teaching him last year. She was so proud of her baby. No. Ida sprayed Aizawa in the face, then smiled at him angelically. Apologies, I was just testing out the setting. I believe it works well. Class president, that was very unbecoming behavior, Denki said solemnly. Poor EI babe's slightly damp now. What if I electrocute him and he dies? It's like putting a toaster in a bathtub. We're basically Romeo and Juliet now. Romeo and Brilliant, Aizawa said, nodding dejectedly. It's so sad. Poor Ida looked completely baffled. They're still at it, Ochako pointed out. I could float them out the window, you know. It's not the first DMN time they've jumped out the window, so really it should be fine. I'll take care of this, Ida sighed. It is my duty as class president. Everyone is counting on me. To stop our resident idiots from F on a desk? Mina asked, enjoying the shocked look on Ida's face. Just clarifying. Ida gave her a very, very stern glare, and marched over to the couple. Cease and desist, he said, and then sprayed them straight in the face. Sputtering, Katsuki leapt off Izuku's lap and onto the desk. Beach, I'll kill you. Thank you for stopping, Ida said politely and turned and left, marching stiffly to his desk. Sorry, Tenya. Izuku called after him, then collapsed in giggles. Katsuki just sighed and leaned down to mutter something to Izuku that Mina couldn't make out. Whatever it was just making Izuku laugh harder. You know, I thought it was bad before, Ochako sighed, shaking her head slowly. But this might actually be worse. And so it went. They got a little better, less making out in between classes and more locking of doors, but also significantly worse. Seriously, celebrating 1-week anniversaries was overkill, even if Katsuki made enough food for everyone. Mina wasn't particularly bothered, because she enjoyed the chaos they caused. And honestly, it was really good to see Katsuki so happy. He was still his pissy, angry self, but it was clearly just the frosting on top of a stable, happy Katsuki cake instead of the turmoil-filled stress ball he'd been in their first year. And Izuku was flourishing too. Even Mina could tell that being supported and loved from all sides was allowing him to shine. Too brightly, sometimes. Now that Katsuki happily encouraged his muttering, sometimes Izuku went on for so long. But you didn't want to be on the receiving end of one of Katsuki's glares if you dared interrupt him. So Mina was happy for them and showed it by cheerfully leading the teasing crusade throughout the rest of the year, then later by helping Ochako and Aizawa plan their housewarming party when they moved in together after graduation, and even by watering their plants when they got the rare chance to go on vacation together. So in the end, things had turned out pretty well. Mina passed all her academic classes, graduated UA, and was rocking a great sidekick gig. And the two most boneheaded idiots she'd ever met finally were living out their dreams, both as rising stars in the pro-hero scene, and also as grossly lovesick boyfriends who were cute enough you didn't even want to tell them to quit GRPG each other during board game night. A cheerful, animated banner flew across the screen, then shrunk down to become the network's logo at the bottom of the screen. It revealed a couple of couches sitting in front of a screen that showed Muzutafu at night. On the couches sat two of the nation's top heroes, Deku and Ground Zero. Ground Zero was sitting like he always did, a half-slouch, sliding forwards on the couch, chin up, scowling face, legs apart like manspreading was his personal mission. And maybe it was, coming in second only to his well-documented ambition to become the #1 hero. He currently sat at number 3 and was very vocal about his discontent with the position. The #2 hero, Deku, sat next to him, beaming at the studio so brightly that a power outage probably wouldn't have affected the room's lighting. He, at least, sat like he had manners, knees together, back straight, and practically vibrating with energy. Ground Zero's hand on his thigh seemed to be the only thing stopping him from just rocketing around the room like a rabid squirrel. The newscaster sat on the couch opposite of them, leaning forwards with a beatific smile on her face. Kisha Nyusu, according to the screen overlay. Her hair was pulled back into a businesslike bun, and she beamed at the couple in front of her. So, she said, clapping her hands together, welcome to tonight's show. Today we have one of the hottest hero couples on the scene. Just one of... Ground Zero protested. Deku smacked the hand on his thigh lightly, and Ground Zero snapped his mouth shut. Ah, Ground Zero's famous attitude, you love to see it. Ground Zero's eyes narrowed in his dark mask, but he otherwise stayed quiet. The anchorwoman went on cheerfully, well, welcome to Pro Network 360. And I think I speak for everyone when I say congratulations on your recent marriage. Thank you so much. Everyone's been so nice about it, Deku said, one hand combing through the mess of curls on his head. How's the married life so far? The woman's tone was light, but she was clearly fishing for details. Ground Zero's hum was pitched so deep the mic barely picked it up. He appeared to be thinking very strong. The studio audience waited with bated breath. Deku clearly focused on waiting out his husband's reply as well. Ground Zero nodded to himself. It's good, he finally said, as monotone as if describing a breakfast cereal. Deku's shriek made the mic sing with feedback. Kaken, he yelled, leaning over to seize the man's hands, just good. This morning you said you were the happiest man alive. Ground Zero's lips twitched for a moment, then failed to hold back his hyena laughter. His head tilted back, teeth flashing, full-on belly laughing. Kisha looked briefly taken aback, then her professional smile snapped back into place. Seems like things are going well, she nodded, while Ground Zero's laughing faded to wheezing. It's decent, he wheezed. Kaken, Deku whined, shaking Ground Zero's arm vigorously. Be nice. I'm extremely nice, said Ground Zero, convincing no one. Yes, about your niceness, Kisha said. Deku, what's it like living with such a firecracker personality? Deku shot a mischievous look at Ground Zero, before saying blandly, it's decent. Kisha opened her mouth to say something, but Deku went on with a grin. I'm just joking. Living with Kaken is pretty normal for me. We've known each other since we were kids, so there weren't a lot of surprises, you know. I was surprised that you still didn't know how to do laundry in your 20s, Ground Zero said, sounding perfectly friendly while throwing his husband under the bus. And don't get me started on dusting. I don't think you even knew what a duster was before I showed you. I just let you do it because I know you love housework. Deku smiled beatifically. You're such a good housewife. Ground Zero groaned, put his head in his hands, and did not deny it. You should have asked me about him. He growled instead, the words slightly distorted by his fingers. Deku's such a little bee. He's a handful. Kaken, everyone knows I'm nice. I forgot the ingredients for Katsudon last week and you cried for how long was it? I didn't cry, Deku said, clearly lying. Ground Zero rolled his eyes. The gesture was made more obvious by his black mask. Hours, Udames. Hours, and I had to go find someone selling pork at 2 a.m. I was, Deku hummed, his hand scratching his cheek, sleep-deprived probably. Heroes work strong. Ground Zero looked completely unimpressed. The two heroes were turned towards each other, giving off the distinct impression that they'd completely forgotten they were in a studio with a live audience. They looked relaxed, but Ground Zero's voice had the affectionate exasperation that betrayed it was an old argument. Deku, you need to rest more often, or you're gonna drive me batty and then no one will be sane in our house. Pork at 2 a.m. is unreasonable, even if you are really cute about it. But what if I'm really, really cute? Deku said in a guileless tone of voice that failed to hide exactly how devious he was. You could really start to see what Ground Zero meant by a handful. Ah, Kisha cleared her throat. It sounds like you two are getting along. Of course we are, Ground Zero said pointedly. Just got hitched. His hand flexed briefly on Deku's leg, and Deku reached down to hold his hand. And that's why you're here. It's been a month, and still no honeymoon. I'm a huge fan, and I know I speak for your other fans when we say you should take a vacation. We all know being a hero is a difficult calling. Ground Zero threw a pointed look at Deku, who conveniently was looking somewhere off-screen. It's a work in progress. Kisha was a popular news anchor among heroes for a reason. She noticed the tension and deftly steered away from it. It must be complicated with your schedules. Well, we thank you for your strong work. Now, I know what everyone's wanting to hear about. She switched a video on in the background. The audio was quieted, mostly because it consisted entirely of screaming. It showed a classroom, and what looked like young versions of Ground Zero and Deku. The screaming continued as Ground Zero suddenly stood, grabbed Deku's arm, pulled him about the chair and disappeared out the window. The screaming intensified, and the screen flipped around to show a young Chargebolt's wide, golden eyes as he shouted something that sounded like you. Deku has his face in his hands, and Ground Zero's cocky grin is back in full force. That was a good day, he said. We've all heard the stories of how you two got together, but we want to hear it from you too, Kisha said, nodding along. Quite the romance. It's pretty rare for childhood friends to stay together until marriage. What was it like for you? Ah, well, Kaken and I were friends since we were 4, Deku smiled, and held up their intertwined fingers. We've talked a little about it publicly, I think, but we weren't always close. But once we got together, it was pretty easy from then on out. Kaken can act rude, but he's really very sweet. It's strong to imagine you two not being close. Kisha smiled at them, maybe hoping for some more information if they wanted to give it. Ground Zero grimaced. I was not a nice kid. You can check my work with the ABC if you want more details. Kisha made a go-on gesture, And Ground Zero continued, waving a hand at the screen behind them. It's the anti-bullying campaign. It offers support to schools to help kids struggling with bullying, or to provide support for kids with behavioral issues. The name of the organization flashed up on the screen, along with a URL, in a clearly scripted moment. Neither Ground Zero nor Deku had ever been above shoehorning their respective passion projects into media appearances, and this was no different. So yeah, Ground Zero said, I was a real shithead. Had my head so far up my asho. Kaken? Deku cut in, holding back laughter. Right, no swearing. I had my head so far up my butthole that, he paused, looking only slightly chagrined as Deku buried his face in his hands, that we weren't close for a while. But thankfully it turned out all right. Yes, Deku said, sounding a little weak. He apparently hadn't recovered from hearing his husband say butthole on live TV. Because I am MSTR of Stockton, Ground Zero added, crossing his arms, since Deku's hands were still busy hiding his face and thus not available for handholding. Kisha's face showed the skepticism that all the viewers surely felt. Ground Zero wasn't exactly known for nuance. He was a beloved hero, sure, but he still got a little too destructive a little too often. Deku thoughts. Deku pulled his hands away from his face, revealing a lingering blush. He has his moments. The proposal was very romantic. And our wedding was lovely. The proposal. Tell us how it happened. It was romantic, that's all you need to know, Ground Zero said flatly. Deku, however, looked giddy. It was so nice. You're going to be so surprised. I cried for like hours. Can you believe he actually found a Bronze Age limited edition holographic All Might plush from one of the discontinued runs? I didn't even believe they existed anymore. And it was still in the original packaging. I literally was looking for one my whole life. The plush is so true to the outfit after the Vinelasher fight, even down to the detailing on the tears on his left calf of the uniform. Some people say it's basically the same as the Bronze Age Special Edition shiny plush, but the differences are obvious. Deku, Ground Zero interrupted. His cheeks were tinted pink, a rare sight indeed for the explosion hero. That's not the part they want to hear about, babe. Deku jumped slightly at the pet name, blinking rapidly before remembering where he was. Right? Of course. Sorry. Well, it wasn't anything particularly crazy. Kaken just brought me up to our favorite rooftop, and he had dinner set out and Mini All Might-san was just sitting there with this little black box in his arms, and Kaken said something like, what was it? You don't remember? No, I just want you to say it, Deku snickered. Ground Zero shifted in his seat, his face going redder than a traffic light. Ugh, fine, it was something like, will you marry me? No, that wasn't it. Both Deku and Kisha looked delighted. Ground Zero looked like he wanted to explode his own face off. Fine. It was, and Deku, I am not forgiving you for making me say this again, marry me, nerd. Kisha managed to get a word edgewise but was promptly steamrolled by an excited Deku. And I said yes, of course. Deku chirped, while Ground Zero's head was so red it looked like he might start steaming. It literally could not have been any more perfect. He leaned over and gave Ground Zero a peck on the cheek. A chorus of ahs arose from the studio. Ground Zero seemed to calm down a little. That sounds lovely. Kisha doesn't betray even the slightest hint that maybe not everyone would want their fiancé spending what was probably hundreds of thousands of yen, at least on a plush, in order to propose to them. Well, we can't take up too much of your time. One last question before we let you go. What are your plans for the future? We're just enjoying the present now, Deku said with a smile, though we're hoping to maybe get a house outside of the city at some point. Kaken wants more gardening space to grow vegetables. It's healthy and cost-effective to grow your own SHT. Your own stuff, I mean, Ground Zero stated. Other than that, I plan on spoiling this nerd stupid for the rest of our sorry lives. How sweet. A great ending note. Thank you both so much for your time. They bow, shake hands, and file off the stage to the sounds of the studio audience's polite applause. Katsuki made it about halfway down the hallway before grabbing Izuku and pulling him in for an embrace. Izuku relaxed against him, letting Katsuki take charge for a few blissful moments before he pulled away. See, Kaken. It wasn't so bad. Katsuki very maturely mimed retching off to the side. Kaken. Fine, it could have been worse, Katsuki conceded, and pressed another embrace to his husband's stupid adorable mouth. Izuku rolled his eyes, and dragged them into the dressing room. They'd change into civvies before heading out, and hopefully avoid any press dogging them. Kisha was professional, but even Pro Network 360 can't control the paparazzi outside their building whenever heroes drop in. Izuku started changing out of his hero costume, and Katsuki only spared a few moments to watch the movements of his muscular back before putting off his own gear. The papers he brought with him sat at the bottom of his gym bag. There was only a week or so left, and he really needed to tell Izuku sooner rather than later. Somehow, though, Katsuki was nervous about it. He wasn't sure this is what Izuku wanted or if he'd even take it the right way, but Katsuki sighed at himself. He knew Izuku. Even if Izuku didn't want this, he'd be nice about it. Katsuki steeled himself, picked up the papers, and went over to Izuku. Hey Deku, I got you something. Izuku's eyes immediately lit up. Really? What is it? Did you order lunch? I'm hungry already. We just had breakfast, dumb fuck, Katsuki snorted, then remembered the papers in his hand. No, I got you this. It's time off. Izuku stared at him, then wordlessly took the papers. It was a printed-out email from the head of Izuku's agency, confirming a month of leave starting in a little over a week. Izuku's eyes rounded, his face paling. Kaken, you know I can't take time off. Katsuki's heart was in his throat. You can. All your cases are covered, everything's approved, you don't have to do anything. But the landslide case. And I'm getting so close with the Triple Peaks gang, and Todoroki will take over the landslide case personally, and your team will be covering everything else. But, Deku, you know you can trust them to take care of everything. Izuku stared up at him, eyes swimming with unshed tears. Katsuki wasn't sure if they were happy or sad tears, or just tears for the sake of crying. He'd gotten pretty good at telling the difference over the years, but it was always harder when he wasn't sure of himself. Deku, he tried again, take time off. I've got our whole honeymoon planned out like we talked about, plus some. Let your friends take care of you. It'll be okay. It took about 10 more seconds before Izuku was full-on crying, and doing the sort of half-limp noodle half-trustfall impression he always does when he gets overwhelmed. Katsuki caught him expertly, tucking his fluffy head under his head. Baby, it's okay, he murmured. Izuku's cries subsided to sniffles over time, and he finally started breathing evenly enough to speak. Kaken, I'm sorry I haven't made time for us yet, he sniffled, and you had to go so far just to make space for our honeymoon. I'm a horrible husband. Don't be dramatic, Katsuki scolded, you're the best husband in the world. No, second best, actually. I'm the best husband, but you can be second best. You are, Izuku told him with a watery smile. The very best. Thank you so much for doing this for me. I'll do it. We can do it. So, where are we going? The Alps, for starters. Katsuki grinned down at him. Gonna do all the SHT we talked about. Hiking, skiing, eating tons of fatty food, the works. Maybe travel around for a bit. Some of the details are still flexible. Can we bring Mini All Might-san? I swear you love that thing more than me, Katsuki grumbled, but yes, sure. Izuku grinned at him blindingly, and completely ignored Katsuki's pouting. You're the best, Kaken. Yes, I am. They headed out hand in hand, dressed in nondescript hoodies and sweats. They're nearly out of the building before Izuku asked the question Katsuki was dreading. So, did you really ask Todoroki for help? Katsuki's groan echoed through the hallway. Yes, Deku, IF love you that much. Slimy BSRD blackmailed me for weeks too. There was a pause while Izuku thought about it. Is that why we've been eating so much cold soba? Effer made me bring it to him daily for weeks, Katsuki snarled. It was such a beach to hide from you. You didn't have to hide it, Izuku pouted. Katsuki kissed his cheek. Of course I did. You're a nosy mothalf, and I wanted this to be a surprise. Izuku giggled a bit, but didn't argue the point. They were about to step outside into the blazing noon light, but Izuku stopped before pushing the door open and looked up at Katsuki. Katsuki hated it, loved it, when Izuku looked at him like that. Even now, it still made his heart feel like it was about to break out of his ribcage and flop onto the floor. Too many feelings. He gritted his teeth and held still while Izuku took his cheeks in his hands. I love you, Katsuki. Katsuki's heart gave up on beating entirely. He'd never get used to hearing those words from Izuku, but he was still hoping to be subjected to it for the rest of his life. He took a breath and managed to speak. I love you too, Izuku. Now let's go get lunch. Izuku grinned and headed out the door. Katsuki was momentarily blinded by the light, but he followed Izuku anyway, grabbing his hand and hoping that his pulse would go back to normal sometime soon.